We're live, and Holly's almost here. Should be here any minute, I promise. Anyhow, I guess we're just gonna do some time killing until she gets here. Hopefully, that'll be enough. So I'll wait until then, and until then, I'll do some of the checks and see what's going on. Yeah, all right, we're live there. Boom. All right, there we go. Anyway, so hopefully everyone had a good week. Some more information coming out tonight. We have Spike Cohen coming on at about 2:30. He has an upcoming debate with David Hogg, the young man from what was that school in Florida? Someone out there remember. But anyways, a school in Florida where the resource officer kind of hid the whole time. Anyways, he's got an upcoming debate with him on, if I remember, the 10th of next month. But let me go ahead and double check that for you real quick. Yep, the 10th at 6 p.m. Eastern. I don't know what the D stands for time at Dartmouth College. And he's looking for people and podcasts, and hopefully we can get on that to where we can do it, because I think that would be extremely exciting. Host a watch party of it. As everyone knows, gun control is always a hot topic, and gun control is a hot topic. I don't know if we'll have a call screener tonight. I've got to dig into that more. Should have got ahead of that. Anyways, it's a hot topic, and David Hogg has been a huge proponent for, trying to restrict guns in the United States. He given him the best light on this. He believes that if there were no guns, there would be no deaths, essentially. And I don't want to straw man him, because that would be that's I think that's a bad way to approach an argument. But anyways, he's obviously wrong, because it's been shown that across the nation, more guns have equaled less crime. And that's where I'm going to use this time before Holly gets here to stump something. I think it's Ohio AG, the constitutional carry study. And if you guys haven't checked this out, this is awesome stuff. Okay, so the Ohio AG, I've talked about him before. This isn't it. This is a report on it. Okay, this comes from the Ohio Attorney General's office, and I'm just going to go ahead and share it on screen, because while we wait for Holly to show up, is this the correct one? Yes, it is. Okay. While we wait for Holly to show up, we can go ahead and have some boring research through all of this fun stuff. Anyway, so he had it's the Justice Research Center from one of the colleges there. They did a study, and I'm just going to show it. Pretty much this is the page we want to see. they did. Ohio went to constitutional carry, and if you look at this, dozers out there barking at probably Holly. If you look at this graph up on the screen, you've got the dark blue is pre-constitutional carry and the light blue is post-constitutional carry. And every city, these are all the, I guess, major cities in Ohio, had a drop in crime involving a firearm, except for Cincinnati. So it tells me Cincinnati needs some work in other areas if they're having all these issues all the time. And they are the highest violent crime rate city there in Ohio. But Columbus went from 10.79 to 9.55. Cleveland went from 10.16 to 9.58. Toledo had a substantial drop. They went from 8.04 to 6.58. Akron plummeted. Akron's kind of got it's kind of known for being a rough area. And it went from 12.85 to 10.55. Dayton, looks like Dayton had a climb, went from 7.57 to 8.04. Parma, never heard of the place. Sure, it's a lovely place. Went from 5.76 to 4.5. Canton went from 12.67 to 11.98. And Cincinnati went from 12.91 to 13.56. And that is firearm involved crimes per 1,000 people. And those are still, I mean, you look at it, those are insane numbers. Out where I live, firearms crime per 1,000 people has a negative and then a 0, then a point. I mean, we just don't have any, but I'm in a much smaller place than any of those. But yeah, so I'm a firm believer in constitutional carry, in arming your populace, not to mention looking at the whole cultural movement that we seem to have in this nation. Maybe it's just me. I've been clouded by listening to too much internet spaces all the time, listening to James Lindsay, listening to all that. And they've got a firm belief that communism's on the way in. And I've done a little bit of study into the history of communism, and man, you can't avoid those atrocities of states, including the Nazi side, taking over when you let them disarm you. You can't avoid it. It always happens. The Nazis disarmed the Jews first, then the whole German populace. The communists, both Lenin, Mao, Stalin, they all disarmed the populace and then committed atrocities. Lenin disarmed Ukraine, and then Lenin rolled through and starved Ukraine, and then then Stalin joined in and actually exacerbated it. And Mao, he disarmed his populace and then starved them, and mass executions and outlawing people. And I think there's a fighting for gun rights has larger connotations to it that we need to adhere to. And I think it's about maintaining a society that doesn't have to climb out of rubble. And that's why I'm a firm believer in it. Very firm. I believe in training with it, becoming excellent. If you're going to employ a tool under any circumstance, I think you should become certified and qualified to do that. And what I mean by certified, I shouldn't say certified. That's the wrong phrase. You should seek perfection, or at least passable execution of that tool. You wouldn't want to hire a carpenter who's operating a saw for the first time, or a hammer. You'd want them to be good at that craft. And same with a person with a firearm. You'd want that person to be, including yourself, to be able to employ that firearm in a competent manner, so that, you don't want someone out there who's just, pointing the pistol or rifle anywhere. But anyways, so on that note, not only do I practice and train, and I have received some professional level training, but I'm also a trainer. So yeah, Holly is here, dressed to the nines again.
Of course.
Say hi, Holly.
Hi, everybody.
All right. Okay. And we got Dwayne.
So for anyone wondering, there is construction on Main Street that is huge pain. So in Tooele, if you have to be anywhere on Main Street, construction.
She's held up.
That is all.
We got Dwayne with us.
Yay, Dwayne. So he survived his day of fun on the mountain.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, he doesn't want to hear about traffic. He had to probably go up by Summit, huh?
Yeah. We were just doing a kind of a pre-chat about Spike coming on, talk about his debate with David Hogg. So we were talking, I was talking guns. I would like other people to join me and talk about them. And now that you're here.
Oh my gosh. Did you see the ATF killed another guy?
I did not.
He's suspected of buying like 150 or 500 guns over the course of a year. Or no, sorry, 3 years. And I don't even know what city, but they did a no-knock warrant in an affluent neighborhood. The guy's, I don't know, well paid, has a great job. They believe he sold them. He sold the guns at gun shows without being a dealer, without having a license. Anyway, no knock warrant, 6 a.m. ATF busts in, and what happens? The guy thinks he's got a home invasion happening, grabs his firearm, and they shoot him in the head.
This guy right here. Arkansas airport director killed in shootout with federal agents amid a weapons sales probe.
You guys, we need to ban this no-knock warrant stuff.
Yeah, no-knock warrants.
I think it's dangerous for officers. I think it's dangerous for the public. And he is a director of an airport in Arkansas.
That's how he could afford 500 guns in 3 years.
Well, and where's he going to go if they just show up in the middle of the afternoon and knock on his door, or show up at his job? Like, Brian, why do we have to no-knock this guy at 6 a.m.? Because they know what they're going to get. And an ATF officer, I believe, was shot during this encounter.
Yeah, I think the only time I think police should kick your door down and enter your house is if there's a hostage situation.
Even then, that can get hostages
but
killed.
No, I agree. But I think that would be the only limit.
I would say never to knock down the door, perhaps. Well, there are situations, but if there's a kidnapping recent where a child has just gone missing and witnesses saw them go into that home, I could see officers doing a no-knock warrant.
There was an issue in Utah a couple of years ago where they went after that guy and he had nothing to do with it. And I believe they shot his dog and roughed him up. And
only a couple years prior to that, almost in the same area, a young girl went missing within minutes, and the neighbor had taken her, already abused her, killed her, and stuffed her in a barrel in his basement. And as the police were doing door to door to door, they went to that house.
Yeah.
Didn't find her until he just goes, "Oh, wait, she's here. I did it."
One of the principles of liberty is you've got to maintain property rights.
Why was that removed from the Constitution?
You've got to go back in time and ask Hamilton. Probably because Hamilton wanted to set up another monarchy. And I'm not begrudging Hamilton, everyone, but
Alexander Hamilton.
Oh,
Seen the play?
No, I have not.
I love it. I highly recommend it. It's a lot of fun, and the songs are so fun, and it teaches you a little bit about history. Of course, they take artistic license, but my kids know every song in that play.
Good.
And it just kind of explains some of the writings of Alexander Hamilton and, you know, how Jefferson was and during the argument. And that's where I actually got more interested in George Washington and his desire not to get involved in other wars, because he said, we'll never stop. You
have to appreciate Hamilton. The guy is son of a prostitute.
Yep. And his
without a father.
Immigrant from the Caribbean.
Yeah, he's from Barbados or Jamaica or something.
His mother died of the flu, whatever that big flu was.
Yeah.
Killed off everyone.
Whatever.
When he was 14, I think.
And he came to the U.S. and he battled his way to be aide-de-camp to General George Washington.
Well, and according to the play, the reason he even got on the ship is he wrote his ideals and dreams, and it inspired his whole community to put in money in a plate to send him off to New York, because they thought he would represent America really well, because he was so smart.
He was a very smart man, but even smart men have their flaws.
Did he create the Fed?
No, he didn't create the Fed.
Who created the Fed?
Oh, he was a proponent of the first Bank of the United States.
Right, because he wanted all the money to give the Union power and credit in other countries over other countries that would help them build.
There was that, yes. It controlled the currency. He was a big government guy. But no, the Fed was created by a handful of guys. There's actually a good book if you guys want to read it.
It's called?
The Creature from Jekyll Island.
Oh. Who was I just talking to? I was telling him the show idea.
Mm-hmm.
Was it you on the phone? No. Anyway, I was talking to someone, and if it was you, then my memory's horrible. But I was talking about how we want to do a show. I want to talk about Bitcoin and its ups and downs, but I want to explain to our audience who may not know, because I did not know until a couple of years ago, that the Fed is controlled all on its own. The federal government has no say over it.
It's a private bank.
It's a private entity.
It's a private cartel.
Can affect the entire world. And so it's a global, it's made up of globalists and Rothschilds and Rockefellers and the power it has. And then the person I was saying said, well, you should read the Jekyll and Hyde.
The Creature from Jekyll Island. Good fishing, by the way, on Jekyll Island. Thoroughly enjoy fishing there.
You went there?
I've been there a few times.
Where is it?
It's in Georgia.
Oh, you love Georgia.
I love Georgia, and I love fishing there. I usually end up catching stingrays. No whitings. Only one time we caught whitings. Other than that, it was stingray and dogfish.
What are whitings?
Whitefish.
Are they like a trout? Or are they like a...
No, they'd be closer to a tilapia. They're an easy flavored fish.
Yeah.
The dogfish, we go to my Facebook. That's a picture of me on Jekyll Island.
Oh, holding your
dogfish.
fish.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Anyway, so Dwayne writes in, he says, I don't want to hear about LA or about your traffic. I'm from LA. He says, Brian Malinowski, 53-year-old executive director of the Clinton, I think it's called technically the
Bill and
Hillary Clinton National Airport in Little Rock, Arkansas, died 2 days after exchanging gunfire with ATF agents who raided his home 6 a.m. Tuesday morning. His death raises questions about whether he knew he was trading gunfire with federal agents or if he thought their no-knock raid was a home invasion.
Most gun owners I know would not expect it to be a federal agency at their door at 6 a.m. knocking it down.
No, so he was selling guns at gun shows, but he wasn't licensed.
He wasn't a licensed dealer. So this is all that's kind of coming out. I don't know the whole story. That's what he's accused of. Again, is it worth him dying for? He actually was shot in the head. He didn't die instantly. He was on life support for a couple of days. And I do believe he shot one of the agents in the fight. But again, it's just like the guy here in Utah County. These people don't expect it to be the ATF or the FBI kicking their door in at 6 a.m.
I don't know why for something like that. Honestly, for something like that, well, the ATF is known for trying to make headlines, which is why they did this, Waco, all of that, Ruby Ridge, all of that.
It's not good headlines, though.
Yeah, but the ATF always does that because they're of Satan.
My dad was on the ATF PSN task force for Utah.
I'm glad your dad got off of it.
Yeah.
Because that is Satan's hand.
Well, they're bureaucrats, just like, somebody asked in the podcast I listened to, and they're like, why do we even need the ATF? Alcohol and tobacco aren't really an issue. And if it's firearms, why isn't that just dissolved into the FBI?
Well, the ATF was born out of, the same thing the FBI was, out of Prohibition. The FBI was born out of Prohibition.
But wasn't the ATF born out of the Valentine Massacre? The mafia.
That was what birthed the NFA.
Well, and I think the ATF, because they wanted a branch that focused specifically on guns, because the mafia had machine guns and that just couldn't be so.
But they all kind of came out of the Department of Treasury. That's where they ultimately started because
Department of Treasury.
Yeah, alcohol and tobacco were taxed items.
Right. In a prohibition, right?
Even prior to Prohibition. Remember, our first tax started a rebellion.
Yeah. Well, and even to this day, our alcohol can only be purchased from the state of Utah and not freely from
Well, if Dave's watching,
sellers.
you just shot him through the ceiling.
Yeah.
He's fired up now.
Hey, I bartend, and I have to say that when I do bartend, it's not what I do all the time.
She manages bartenders, and then once in a while, bartends.
Oh no, I love to bartend. If I ever get the opportunity, I jump on because I love people so much. But I also work where I'm around people from all over the world, and they're stunned at the laws in Utah. Now, I was a bartender and a manager. I was a manager during the Olympics in 2002. And you talk about culture shock. And even then they'd kind of changed the Zion curtain, they called it, where alcohol had to be made. Like if you went to Applebee's, you couldn't have alcohol showing on the bar.
Got to mix it down the street, around the corner.
Yeah.
Got to wear an overcoat and a floppy hat. You want to hear a sad story?
But when we finish, so all these people come from all over the world and want to know why they can't get a double, why they can't order a beer without food. And so try being in the bar industry during that time. And even now, I go to Texas with my brother where he lives, and he's like, "You want a margarita?" Sure. We go to the drive-through margarita.
You drive through, and they hand a margarita out into your car,
and you just can't have the straw open because they still have like laws against drinking and driving. Of course,
they were doing that when I was down there in '98.
Yeah. So if you're pulled over and you've got, a margarita in your car, as long as that seal's not punctured, you're not going to get any.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm like, way to trust people. Because Utah has, for those of you not from Utah, we have a state liquor store. We have a state wine store. The only thing that can be sold by private entities is beer. And that's
Utah
not
beer.
Over 4%, which it used to be 3.
It used to be 3.5. Now it's like 4, but it's craft microbrew stuff.
And that's at Walmart or something. Whereas, you know, that is all profit. They call it a sin tax. And the state, that's what the state produces. That's what the state provides. So people who drink have to go to these specific stores, closed on Sundays, closed early. Usually it's not like
Close at
Vegas
like
where
8 o'clock.
I lived in Vegas and we could go to a grocery store at 2 a.m. and buy wine.
How crazy was it in Vegas? You go into a bar and you come out and the sun's coming up. You're just wrecked.
So many, you know what? In Vegas, I was much younger then, but we would go to Studio 54 and not the Studio 54 in New York, but there's one at the MGM. The best time, but that closes down around 2:33. And then you go to an after hours club. And that closes down around 8:39, and then they have the after hours club. So you may not even see sunlight until it's
except in the cab on the way to the next
one
club.
Interesting fact about Las Vegas that I know from their PD, and that is the most popular time to get a DUI in Las Vegas is early morning, 8 a.m. to 10 a.m.
Yeah, when they're leaving the
Dry
after
time.
hour club.
And traffic time. So that's terrifying. And I got tired in Vegas. My husband and I, we lived in Summerlin. And, you know, I loved going to a casino to watch football games and, you know, betting on my team and all that. But eventually you get so tired of always smelling of cigarettes. And everywhere you go, it's gambling. So if you have a gambling problem, that's the last state you want to live in. And always road construction. And you see the Bellagio fountain and all the casinos so many times because your family and friends come to visit and that's what they want to go see. So you get pretty sick of the Strip and their traffic lights are never ending.
I would live down in Pahrump. I was a bouncer at a house of ill repute.
No, you were not.
I was too.
What year?
2003.
Was it Chicken Ranch? What's the place called?
Sherry's Ranch.
Sherry, yeah? Did you know Sherry?
No. I'll tell you a story off air.
Wow.
The place was owned, the ownership, you'll go, oh. But I'll tell you a sad story. So last weekend, I go over to my brother's house. I'm about a block away from your house. Me and my brother spend all day brewing beer.
In a bathtub? Ew.
No, we have.
In my mind, it's in a bathtub.
No, we brew it for real. And he's brewing an IPA. I'm excited to try it, but he's got to bottle it because his CO2 system is buried in his basement that they're finishing. So
is that legal in Utah to brew your own? Okay,
yes,
well, there's that.
And I brewed a jalapeno lime pilsner. And I tasted the wort. And this was going to be the most magical of beers. High hopes. And then we drive home. You know, Katie and Jackson was there with us, and Katie and Jackson hung out with my sister-in-law. It takes about 4 hours to brew a batch. And I'm walking up the steps, got my growler in my arm.
No.
I've got a handle on my growler, and I'm carrying it.
You dropped it. Come on, get to it.
No, I
Get to it.
didn't
You're
drop
killing
it.
me.
It bumped the step and popped the bottom off my growler.
And the best beer ever was all over his floor.
All over right outside my steps, right out there.
You didn't get to taste it, huh?
Just the wort.
I don't know what
Just the
that
wort.
is. What's the wort?
That's the beer before it's fermented.
Was it good?
Oh, it's fantastic.
Well, then, did it break your growler?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, so you gotta.
So tomorrow, going back, me and my brother are going to cruise into the beer store, and I'm brewing the exact same thing. I'm getting a German Pilsner, 20 jalapenos, and 3 limes. And I'm brewing it again, except this time I'm putting the limes in probably 10 minutes earlier than I did last Saturday.
Well, why we have, I'm sorry for your loss.
You should be.
I feel terrible.
It ruined my whole weekend. The whole weekend. Ask Katie when we're done. I was a bear.
You had yourself a little fit.
A big fit.
That's weird. I never see you have a fit. This had to been one hell of a beer.
This was heavy.
Oh man! Did your brothers come out? What does he make?
He made an IPA.
What flavors, or what? Is it just an IPA?
Yeah, he made an IPA. It just means it has a lot of hops in it. It's a golden beer with a lot of hops. You know, a good 2-row beer.
I thought I've seen flavored IPAs.
There are.
That's what I was wondering.
You can do that. I made a jalapeno IPA before.
You guys, if you want to call in, this conversation is riveting. I know. And we're so excited for those of you that are on. And of course, we love you. Say hi in the chat. We'd love to hear from you. But give us a call at 385-899-2134. And the phone number should be showing up in probably the ticker. I love the ticker, Dwayne.
Yeah. Dwayne is in the background doing some polishing.
Look at us. They're coming all up. I think we even got ourselves a little ban from YouTube recently, which Dwayne told us. I think we've officially made it.
We've got a what?
When we got that ban.
Hey, yeah, Dwayne. So you got Dwayne, the KMMU got banned. It got a strike on YouTube. Okay, Dwayne, there you go.
Well, yeah, you mentioned the COOF, the dreaded disease.
How come you got it, but we didn't on our page?
Good question. They took it off of YouTube. Okay, Rumble's fine, X is fine. YouTube gave me a strike,
and we didn't get it.
And we were only referring to the actual after effects of it, what it did on the kids, not the actual jab per se, but
you used the COVID word. Okay.
Oh,
but you can do that now.
Yeah.
Did they say that's why they did it?
Yeah. Well, it was medical misinformation. Okay, that's what it was.
But why didn't they hit it on?
I don't know specifically. They actually showed me the point, and I just went, okay, whatever. They showed me in the video where that was, and I thought maybe I should go in and chop that out and put it back up. And I said, no, I just don't care.
It was me, wasn't it?
No, it was Monica or
Natalie.
Natalie or Monica.
They were
talking about it.
I almost expected it to be any reason to. I thought it would be about Natalie Klein because it feels like any reason to go after her. People are finding it, but that's interesting.
It was the medical thing that you guys were talking about it, and I mean, I should probably send out a notice that says, whatever you do, don't use that word.
It's just weird that they hit you.
You can call it the illness. You can call it the pandemic. You can call it whatever you want as long as you don't use that C word.
That is crazy.
That's so weird that it hit your stuff, but didn't hit ours.
Well, they have probably a higher reach, maybe.
I've had this happen with
their media group,
with the health ladies too. They got banned and I didn't, and it's random. It's random.
You know what? It really is. We're cruising on our page. We're cruising with 3 strikes right now, 3 or 4. I don't know. I'm supposed to go on there and watch a video and get it cleared off, but I was going to have Holly's son watch the video.
Yeah,
for me.
I answered their silly questions, and I watched the. They take you through a series of questions and some descriptions, and
you mean like re-education camp?
It is.
Camp, yeah.
It's an awful.
Sounds about right.
It's an awful. What do you call that? Shape cartoon, like what you'd get on a PowerPoint presentation video. It's awful.
You're dumber when you're finished with it.
It's a bunch of descriptions, and then they ask you some questions, and you can answer until you get the right answer.
Yeah, it literally is a re-indoctrination number.
Yeah.
They may as well just.
So just so you know, when you call in, try not to swear and don't talk about what everyone knows we need to talk about, and don't mention what everybody experienced because we want to not get banned on their platform.
There's one show I watch where these 2 YouTubers collaborate and they talk about movies and video games and stuff. And the one guy every time, first 4 seconds out the gate, drops the F-bomb so they get demonetized and pisses the other one off. It's hilarious.
Oh man, that would be horrible, especially if you're doing a collab that's supposed to help you both.
It's Mahler and the Critical Drinker. And,
I love him. Yeah,
and
he's funny. He's funny.
Mahler does that every time. And he's like, gee, thanks again.
Is there a way to do a delay on a live stream?
I think it's a setup that they have. They don't make their money off of YouTube. Those two are fantastic. But
Well, who's coming in studio? Is that our first
isn't
guest?
Camille coming?
Did you send it to her? I should check because I haven't looked at my.
Anyways, we're doing off show programming on here. But anyways, we've been just chatting about gun control and beer brewing, and I'll be brewing beer again tomorrow, waiting for Spike to jump in here.
All right, I'm going back behind the scenes where I'm
all right,
safe.
cool, Dwayne.
Okay.
Thanks,
Okay.
man.
Actually, we have Camille on next week because sorry, Camille, if we got people excited. I'm very excited to welcome Camille Knudson, who's also running for school board. We have her 4 p.m. next week.
Next week?
Yeah.
Mm.
Which
Okay.
means we can.
Go longer and talk about guns more.
She only's got about 30 minutes today, so I don't even want to do that because I want to give her more time.
Okay. All right. So no Camille. I'll have to go in and edit the show notes. But anyways, you guys all have her email now so that you can
Please
preempt that.
go check out. Did you put a website?
Yeah.
Go check it out because Camille is very. She's been a part of the district board here. She's highly involved. She's the nicest person. I absolutely adore her. She is from Stansbury Park. Her family is amazing, and she's just like fed up, I think, to where enough's enough, and she thinks that she can do a better job than what's being done. And we're excited to meet her and talk to her. So I apologize. I'm sending you a text right now also to apologize if you are watching, Camille. It's totally our fault. Our communication, we've got so many guests that we want to make sure and get on that we may even have to go live on additional days. And we may not be able to take calls in, perhaps, if we do that, right?
I don't know. It all depends on if they've got something open, but we don't want to strap Dwayne down.
Yeah,
for
we don't want to
something he's
strap
not
Dwayne. So we
managing.
may record something we want to get all these candidates on. And again, a better educated populace makes for better representation. I can't say that enough. And so the more we can get on, the better. And we only have so many Fridays left before convention. So Tooele County's convention is April 19th, which is a Friday also. We'll be live there. Is that right? At the county convention?
Probably, yeah.
And all of the candidates will be giving speeches that night. State delegates are invited. We're inviting the public. We're inviting our central committee, which is our chairs and our vice chairs of the precinct. And of course, our county delegates will be voting that night. It's another opportunity. There's a whole reception prior. So if there's a candidate you want to get to know, we really want to make sure you have an opportunity. So on that note, while I have everybody, we're just letting you know that April 11th is a Thursday. Is that right? Is that the day I told you about with Mayor Critchlow?
You did tell me about April 11th, but I need to check
Mayor
if it's a
Critchlow
Thursday.
from Grantsville is awesome. And I reached out to him, see if he'd help me plan a Meet the Candidates night in his fine city. And he said, of course. And we will have it at the fire station.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to open the bay, get the trucks out, and we're going to have all the state and county candidates are invited, and they'll bring tables set up, and it's an open house. So we're really pushing for our state delegates to come. and our county delegates, of course, and the public who wants to meet these people. Because again, you reach out to your state delegate. If you don't know who that is, reach out to your party chair, reach out to your precinct chair, and just find out, and then give them your opinion and go meet these people. The more you know, I think the better voting you'll do. And it's important. That's going to start at 6:00 and go to about 8:30 in Grantsville at the fire station.
Yeah, and it's a good place to have it. And Mayor Critchlow's outstanding. He likes to put this together and really get involved. And not just that, but let me put this thought in your head. Let's say you go and you say something to a candidate, and further on down the line, they're in DC and they're like wading through the cesspool and moving the toilet paper out of the way and stuff. And a vote comes up that they may not know the opinion of their people back home, but they might remember that someone at some podunk town out in the northwest of Utah said, hey, this stuff concerns me. And that might aid them in making a decision that's more in line with what the people out here want. So it's not just good that you go and meet them and hear them, but it's good that you go and talk to them and voice your opinions to them, so they know what's on your head and what's in your mind. But yeah,
I love Mayor Critchlow. He always says, just tell me what I can do. And I always do. I always tell him. And Jared Hamner with the Tooele County Chamber of Commerce, him too. Jared always will assist when I'm trying to set up meetings with candidates. It's like we're all on the same team when it comes to getting people educated, getting our public out there so that these candidates actually have to look you in the eye, answer your questions, and then if they don't follow what they say they're going to do later on, they've got to face you eventually. And when they do something great, you can be the first person to stand up for them on Facebook or one of these other dumpster fires of social media, and just, praise them for when they do what you ask them to do. And that's their literal job, is to represent you. So congrats when they do. If you can see that, I just posted earlier that Matt Gaetz is coming to Utah. If you saw that on March 28th, it's a Thursday night at 7 p.m. in Riverton High School. Matt Gaetz is a guest of.
That's just
Trent
next week, this
Staggs.
upcoming Thursday.
Yeah, next Thursday. I'm planning on going.
Okay.
I wonder if you want to go. But
I would like to. Yeah.
He is. Right now they've got the new bill is in front of the Senate again, threatening to shut down the government. It's going to kick the ball down to September, and it's a spending bill, and it's over 1,000 pages, and it hit the presses at 2 a.m. And I don't know if you saw it, but Mike Lee came out and said, there's so much pork in this, and it's impossible. And I hope that my fellow senators will not vote for this until we've had a chance to read it, because that's what's happening. They're putting it in 2 a.m. and the vote's the next morning. Are you kidding? That's how stuff gets passed. That's how stuff gets ignored. And I think people hate that we have a senator that they accuse of not getting much done because he's so conservative and he refuses to bend on things. And I'm telling you, if he is keeping the Senate from making ridiculous mistakes, I'm very proud of him. And he's not wrong. We absolutely, every single person that makes a new law should at least know exactly what's in that bill, because they're accountable for that bill.
You said it's like 10,000 pages.
Yeah, it's 1,000.
1,000.
And it's got $1 trillion price tag to it. So that's no small amount.
Is it another omnibus bill?
I think so.
Okay, now here's the question, and this will be where Celeste needs to show up. She said, never going to do that again, right? She said
Well,
that
I
here
watched
on
a
the show.
debate, and you can YouTube. I believe it was Washington County held a debate with the candidates for District 2 for Congress, and she was on there. And you know, the gentleman we had on last week,
Mm-hmm.
what's his name?
Colby Jenkins.
He actually made a point that I will not vote for an omnibus spending bill. I'm done with this, and you shouldn't vote for someone who does. And it was kind of yikes. And then, you know, Celeste, so classy. She's such a classy young woman. I love her. I mean, I respect them both highly, but she said, I will always vote for getting our troops paid. Now, I know that was just a tiny bit of that bill, but I also know that is a huge issue for her.
Well,
And we are going to have to bend somewhere there.
Well, if that's going to be the excuse, then that's just going to be in there every time.
I can send this to our guy in the other room to share this. So you're sharing on your pages. I'll have him share on mine.
Okay. You at one point in time, she's going to have to say no and let the designers of the bills figure out how to write it so that stuff gets covered without that.
Mike Johnson, when he became speaker, and Matt Gaetz, which is why I want to go see him next week, because I'm curious his thoughts, because this was something they were adamant about. Quit putting us in these, quit compromising on these, quit
We've been there again,
bringing them before us. Yes, and here we are again. And Mike Johnson is pushing the party to vote for this bill. So you know the pressure's on. And I can't even imagine being a freshman Congress person and having all of that pressure, and then, you know, just you're damned if you do and you damned if you don't. Well,
here's the deal: is she said on this show she's never going to vote for another one again, and less than a month after she says that, they're testing that metal. So let's see what happens. Because one time you're going to have to make it stop.
You know what? This is the sad part. I think this is a no-win no matter what. I don't like it when politicians say I'll never, because you don't know what you don't know. And it's a scary place to be in, especially when I know her intention is to do the right thing for America, for District 2. I have zero question about that. I trust that Celeste loves this state. She loves this country. She wants the best for us. I trust that. But I don't think it's a good idea to say I'll never do something again, because you don't know what's going to come up. And here we are. And now Matt Gaetz has stood strong against it. And we thought he had momentum with the Freedom Caucus and getting more like-minded Republicans to go to this conservative level. But let's be honest, it's an election year, and the left will use, as we know, anything. And if it's the right that shuts the government down, I will never forget under Obama when Ted Cruz was the big one to blame for shutting down the government. We talked about it last week. They rode that pony for as long as they could, to where it wasn't shut down for a week. I think it was a few weeks. And not getting paid and waiting for back pay hurts you on a mortgage, on rent, your credit, all these things that it'll hurt you after. I mean, 1 week is one thing, but you get into a few weeks and you've got serious problem. So do the Republicans want that smear on them?
I'm just saying, all I'm saying is she said she would never vote for another one. So that's
okay. So did you edit the show?
What do you mean? Did I edit it? That's it right there.
Okay, I thought maybe you edited it and took her name out.
No, I can't.
Okay, so I don't
I'm-
need to tell him that.
I don't think I can do that live.
Oh, I think you can.
Well, there's probably a way. I should have prefaced this with, I don't think I can do that live.
Fair.
I'm sure it can be done. Lots of things can be done.
I want to talk to people. I want people to call us. Our call screener is going to be our guest. So Dwayne, turn on your speaker for a minute. I want to know how. Did you go skiing last week? And I want to know, how was it? He's like, I don't want to be part of the show.
I got sick. I've had a cold.
Oh, so you didn't go?
I've been laying low. That's why I missed your show last week.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you went
He was sick.
skiing.
That was before I chatted with you. I just saw some pictures of you up on a mountain. And so I figured you had gone skiing. Or
no.
Hold on. Are you drifting back to your high school days and I'm sick, like I used to say when I wanted to go fishing?
No, it's worse than high school days because I'm old now, Jared.
Yeah.
When I get sick, it's like, ugh. So.
Hey, when Jared thought that maybe you were on a mountain skiing, that's what went through my head. Like, I'm old now. I don't know that I dare go skiing out, break a hip or something.
I love to ski. That's my whole purpose for moving to Utah was to ski. And then I got involved in all of this stuff.
Too.
Okay.
Isn't that what took down old Cher's husband, Sonny?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's a joke about that. I don't know if I can tell it. It cold and stormy and cloudy, except for Sonny around one tree.
That's not terrible. I don't think we're gonna.
Sonny's an interesting cat. If you look,
he was actually very conservative for California.
After
he was a conservative. He was a conservative. Yeah. He was a congressman. After
he was a rock star.
Yeah.
You're a rock star.
You
mean like a folk singer?
He did the crazy runaround thing.
Hey,
well, come on, he was married to Cher. Come on.
You guys know the saying. If you are a Republican in your 20s, you have no heart. If you're a Democrat in your 30s, you have no brain.
Yeah, that comes from Winston Churchill.
And the truth of
and it's not Republican, Democrat.
It's conservative and liberal.
Yeah. Okay, but liberal doesn't mean what it used to mean.
Yeah, no, he doesn't say liberal in it. He says conservative and, gosh, what did he say? I can't remember the phrase used, but it essentially means the same thing. But no, Sonny did become conservative and did get a haircut, and did quit wearing vests, little leather vests without a shirt on under it, and started dressing proper.
Well, that's probably because he started paying attention to what his taxes were and went, wait a minute.
He became a congressman from Palm Springs.
Or he just said, I'm rich and I want to be able to protect this.
That's exactly what happened. That is exactly
what happened. If you look at it, you can tell they started encroaching on some things that would take some money from him. It was specifically the state was going to start taking money. So he went big. And I'm not blaming him. I'm not saying he's wrong.
Well, of course, I think that I'm sad that he passed away, because it could have really had a great effect on California. And it was. I mean, people love Ronald Reagan when he came out of there. California used to be a phenomenal dream of a place, right? Dwayne, you're from there, aren't you?
Yeah, well, I was raised in the San Fernando Valley.
Yeah.
Which, when I was a kid, it was rural. We had chicken ranches and horse farms and vegetables growing and orange groves. It was a big orange groves. Okay. And now where I used to walk to school through the orange groves is the Northridge Fashion Center. So.
Wow.
And LA, it's a beautiful place, but it's not worth.
Is it though? Is LA a beautiful place? Because I was there last time and I actually was unimpressed.
Let me say was a beautiful place.
Let me tell you.
I say the same about Salt Lake City.
Let me tell you this. pendulum theory I've been working on with California is a perfect example. California used to be dead purple, dead split. And so California never got to go extreme in any direction. So it stayed in that happy chaos zone. We got to remember, Carroll Shelby left Texas in the 60s to go to California so he could build race cars because Texas wouldn't let him. Because Texas then was conservative Democrat, because in the 60s, Democrats could be conservative. And they had obstructionist laws, much like if you wanted to open up an alcohol shop here in Utah, probably not the ideal terrain to try to set it up.
Deliver alcohol in Utah to someone's doorstep.
I mean, even something that's legal, like a brewing company in Utah, it's more hoops you got to jump through. Yeah. So now what happened is the Democrats got their ways into dominating the cities, starting through FDR when he first signed the Farm Bill. That's the same time when he got the African-American vote over to the Democrat side. Before that, there was not a black Democrat from sea to shining sea.
No, in fact, there were many Republican legislators.
They were all Republican. And the reason they weren't Democrat was because
the KKK is where they had their conventions.
The Democrat Party was the party of the slavers. Now, FDR signed that Farm Bill, and what he did is he extended the Farm Bill not just to white traditional farmers, but he extended it to every farmer, and that brought the blacks over. And then you fast forward to the 80s, and the Democrats are fighting hard for unions. Republicans don't want big government encroachment in their life. And the Democrats don't mind government encroaching for the things that they like. And so you got the fight for the unions through the 60s and 70s, and that brings more people into the Democrat Party, including inner city industrial workers. And that's one way the Democrats dominate the cities. And then you've got the population that likes them the most all live there. And in the cities, you have positive interactions with government. And out in the country, there's no government interaction that ends positively. It's not like the government shows up to my house to give me a free ride anywhere, because the government doesn't offer it out here. And then you've got the deal that the Republicans made with the evangelicals in the 80s that pushed away a lot of the intellectuals. That's where you lost Bill Maher and guys like that. And so those are the forces. And you're starting to see them come back, because now the Democrats are starting to make these bonds with these crazy kooky things like the transgender kind of agenda and the free speech. I mean, that Ketanji Jackson Supreme Court lady, like, she's in the Supreme Court saying, why can't the government shut people up if they don't want to hear it?
Well, they get the entertainment too, the Capitol.
They've always had entertainment. Read the Venona files or Venona papers.
Riveting conversation we're having.
I know you're bored as heck of it, but this is the loss that happens.
All a theory. This is the Jared theory of the transformation of California.
The loss of the deal with the evangelicals losing the intellectuals, that's a fact. That's a studied fact. The African Americans moving over to Democrat Party because of FDR, that's also a studied fact. We know that. There wasn't, and they've dominated ever since. And the unions, especially pulling in a lot of Hispanic factory workers that were coming over from Mexico, another fact. And that's how California turned blue.
Well, and
California turned blue when Ronald Reagan let the immigrants come in and give them amnesty. That's when it turned blue, and he was told, well, we'll just give them amnesty this once, and then we'll lock the borders down. That never happened.
Right.
He was lied to. But I mean, even Ronald Reagan, he started out as a Democrat. I mean, he was a rhino.
Well, all of us want to help everyone in the world. I'm telling you, I wanted so badly to help everyone I could. And I didn't change my mind until I had a full-time job there. I had to have insurance. I mean, I grew up and I realized, why am I paying for somebody else not to work? I just remember thinking, I'm giving so much of my time and energy just to grow old and try to retire, and this sucks. Plus, I'm in a service industry that doesn't really have a 401k plan in most jobs that are in service. It's tip industry. So I think that people grow up and they start to realize that when you have a family, you do care what they're teaching in schools. You do care if your child is learning to read and to write and to do math. Not all this social crap. And I think
you have to remember too, that the 1964 Civil Rights Act was purely Republican.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was not one Democrat vote for that Civil Rights Act.
In fact, during the vote, there was a huge fight on the floor, and Republicans were all for the civil rights, and the Democrats were all against it. I mean, it was a standoff.
But media and Hollywood,
weird how history gets erased. I mean, the other thing is that once it passed, then the Democrats said, "Oh, we can use this to our advantage."
Well, it wasn't just that, but the media in Hollywood immediately, when it was passed, shined a spotlight on all the Democrats that voted for it and ignored that the Republican Party en masse on the floor voted yay.
Oh, and they
But
erased
the Democrats,
the fact that they had their Democrat convention at a KKK rally. That was exactly where they were holding the Democrat conventions. And all this is like forgotten. And a lot of people, black, white, brown, they don't know the history. And they assume
have no
it's
idea.
always been Democrat. In fact, I asked somebody not even 2 weeks ago, what party do you think Lincoln was? And they all thought he was a Democrat. In this group.
Yeah.
And again, it's just because history has been told differently. And that's why history is so important, because historians make or break the future. They will make or break it. If you're not explaining how World War II happened, there is no way you can stop it from happening again or try to see the ideas that were in place, because it will repeat itself. It's history. And if you don't learn from it.
It's already repeating itself in the Ukraine.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And partially here too. I mean, you pick your enemies and you have to placate to everybody. You try to take their guns so they can't protect themselves and tell them that, you know, you're the best. And it's just, the propaganda is unbelievable. And the fact, I mean, Hollywood is a huge source of it. And so is the media. And the media is the fourth. I'm adamant. They are the fourth branch of government, whether we admit it or not. And they take all the liberties.
If you read the Venona,
the fourth estate, okay, and it's true. They
don't call themselves that. That's what they were called by the founding fathers. They wanted a free press so that they had a check on government. But I'm telling you, anyone who's questioning this, read the Venona papers, read that, and then you'll look at McCarthyism different. You'll be like, oh, that was going on. Because all it is it's communiques between the Soviet Union and
what was that? Do you have a dog digging at the phone?
No, I'm just moving around in my laptop. My laptop.
It sounded like a dog screaming.
But the Venona files.
I just moved. Here, I can do that again if you like.
Oh, there's Spike. Yeah.
Spike is here. Okay.
Yeah, all right.
I'm going to let you guys talk.
All right. We'll talk to you later, Dwayne.
Thanks. Bye.
Hey.
Spike, how you doing? Good to see you again.
I'm doing fantastic. It's great to be back.
Hi, Spike. My name's Holly. It's a pleasure
having
having you on.
Thanks for having me on. It's great to meet you.
Tonight's David will be played by a girl who is politically had trauma.
I thought maybe I had missed some big news from David. I didn't want to say anything.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. Hey, you know what? Live how you want. But it's great to meet you.
It's great to meet you. We're excited. So for anyone that doesn't know about you, and I know Jared has a history with you, but I do not, and I would love the elevator speech of who you are and what brings you to the show today.
Now's a good chance to make some stuff up. Just lead her off the tracks.
I was actually born with a master's degree. No, my name is Spike Cohen. I am the founder and president of You Are the Power. We are an organization that finds people that are being abused by their local governments, and we fight until we win. We fight until we get them the justice and the respect that they should have gotten from day one. And in 2020, I was the Libertarian Party's candidate for vice president in the 2020 election.
Wow.
And I'm a general meme person and internet commenter and public speaker and so forth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, we first chatted when you were VP, but when you were VP candidate, chatted like 3 times then. But then you came on the one time when the veteran, his dog, his comfort dog,
the service dog,
was killed by the police, and you were down there. Where was that at? That was in Virginia.
That was in Gastonia, North Carolina.
Yeah,
he, at the time was homeless. He now is in a home and has stable employment and all of that. But he had a PTSD service dog named Sunshine. He was wrongfully arrested and actually assaulted by police officers, one of whom was the son of the head of internal affairs for that department. Interestingly enough,
that sounds legit.
Yeah, exactly. And again, this is all on body cam footage, everything I'm saying. So if it sounds like this might be weird or whatever, it's now been released. But anyway, they then tased the service dog. They said, "Oh, he bit me." She was a she, but regardless, they said, "Oh, he bit me." You can watch the video. No one got bitten. She literally was just standing by her owner, which is what she's supposed to do. And so they tased her. She ran away. She later died. Unfortunately died. They wrongfully arrested him. They tried to railroad him. They charged him with a bunch of things. And it turns out they had a history of doing this to homeless people and to poor people that they didn't like. And they thought they were going to get away with it. Then we found out about it. By the time we were done with it, the body cam footage was released. The public completely turned on the police department and the city council. One of the officers is no longer employed there. But then he was hired by the federal government. But that's a whole other subject.
Oh, there it is.
Yeah, there you go. And,
keeping incompetence employed.
Yeah, exactly. Violent incompetence and lying employed. We most importantly, all of his charges were dropped, and he's now in a much better situation now. He does have another service dog now named Justice. And his name's Joshua Rohr, and he's doing well as well. And that's one of the many examples of the kinds of cases we take on. Good.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I barely made it out of high school.
So you're just an advocate that doesn't shut up, and you yes. basically burrow in and make sure you're a thorn on the right people's backside.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. And I wasn't actually all that politically involved, at least not vocally or publicly, until about 6 years ago or so. Before that, I was in the startup business, serial entrepreneurial world. That's where I come from. And then after in 2016, I was diagnosed with MS. And that kind of made me rethink my priorities and remember that life is a fleeting thing, and that I was in a financial position to not worry about constantly chasing money. And so I'm chasing freedom and liberty and justice.
How are you with that diagnosis? Have you had any setbacks, or are you doing well?
So when I first was diagnosed with it, it was extremely aggressive. I was having a relapse every 2 to 3 months. We were talking about how much longer I'd be able to walk for. But since I got on a really good treatment, and I also changed, I have this entire I actually made a 30-minute video talking about all the lifestyle changes I made to be able to beat MS. And all of that combined, I've now been in remission and stable for going on 7 years now.
That's a miracle and amazing. My aunt passed away from MS, but this was in 93. And it was
A
so
lot's changed,
different.
yeah.
So much has changed. And to see people with the diagnosis and actually thriving it's a beautiful thing. So
Yeah, it
I'm
really is.
really happy for you, because
Thank you.
that'll definitely stop you right in your tracks and
Yes, it
make
can.
you reevaluate.
I actually had my infusion earlier. I don't think you can see it, but I had my infusion earlier today. I get it once a month, and between that and all my changes to diet and exercise, I take like 24 supplements and all this other stuff. I'm in the best shape of my life.
And so food is medicine, and
Oh,
it's actually really great medicine for the machine, which is your body, who's basically turned on you, and you've found a way to get it back on track. That's phenomenal. That's exciting. We could do a whole show based just on that.
I've done shows based on that. Yeah, absolutely.
Actually, on our network, there's a health and wellness ladies group. On it, watching in the sidelines is Dwayne, and he's our
producer,
IT magician, whatever. And I know you want to get some publicity out for what we're going to talk about in a minute, this exciting event you got coming up. But I would like to connect you with Dwayne so that because you have a great message.
Oh yeah.
Now, honestly, I just got asked this: are you still in touch with Vermin?
Oh, Vermin Supreme?
Yeah.
Yes. In fact, I was supposed to get together with him in last month? I was supposed to get together with him last month. He was doing he's on a perpetual run for president.
Oh yeah.
And
he's one of my personal favorite human beings.
Is he the Libertarian candidate for president?
No. No, he ran for the nomination in 2020, but he has run for president he usually camps out in New Hampshire, but he's based in Massachusetts.
Yeah.
And he wears a boot on his head.
Yeah, he wears a boot and a great big
Vermin Supreme.
His name is Vermin, and that is his legal name, is Vermin Love Supreme.
And ponies for everyone.
Ponies for everyone.
He's one of my favorite human beings.
Yeah.
He's
a great guy.
He is Vermin Supreme. He's a actor, but he does it to get a message across of peace and nonviolence and all this. And I think he's fantastic. And I like how he's not afraid to get in front of a camera and act crazy, but have a good message dropped in there, because that acting crazy drops that message in your head.
You're not afraid to get in front of a camera. I mean,
yeah, but I don't.
Some people just aren't afraid.
He's so much cooler than I'll ever be.
You go from I'm not really into politics to being on a vice presidential ticket for the Libertarian Party. Yes. I want to know how that happened.
So it's called having an addictive personality. So
yeah,
I have learned that I don't do anything in moderation. I either go whole hog into something or I just don't do it. And so, for example, I was a drug addict for many years, from 13 to about the age of just before I turned 24. I was a severe drug addict. You name it, I did it. I like to joke that even back then I wouldn't touch Bud Light, so I don't know why we even had to have a boycott, but that's a whole other subject.
Sounds like him.
But in 2006 I got clean. I've been clean ever since, going on 18 years.
That's amazing too. That's a miracle too, because absolutely. I have family that suffers with addiction, and I'm telling you, you can't just skip over that part. That is a huge deal to get clean.
It was, and again, my brain's wired differently. So once I decided I'm going to now not do that anymore, I think it was easier than it is for most people, because I just have a very weird brain like that.
You got addicted to something else.
I got it. Well, I got addicted to not doing drugs, basically. And I've been addicted. I was addicted to success. I had started a business when I was 16 that turned into a full-on, multi-decade career. And then when I was diagnosed, I decided I'm gonna focus. I like to joke and say I thought I might dabble in politics, but I really thought, I have these strong opinions about how things need to be changed. I've been a libertarian for quite some time, and so I started with just kind of a podcast. And, I'd have some of my friends on and we talk about stuff. And all of a sudden I started getting guests on that were like not just my friends. And it just kept getting bigger and bigger and bigger. And then eventually I was asked to run for the VP nomination. And I thought, okay, well, I'm happy to go in and talk about what I think we could be doing differently and use a VP nomination run for that, but they'll pick someone else. And then they picked me. And so I said, okay, well, I guess I'm doing this then. And I did as well as I could. I went across the country, almost 40 states we went to in that campaign. And ever since then, I've just been hitting the ground running. During that campaign, I met people in the liberty movement, in the party and outside of the party, who were frustrated that we really only got together every 2 to 4 years for these campaigns, but we weren't doing much else to keep people engaged in spreading liberty. We would show up to run for Congress or city council or president or whatever, but we weren't like doing something on a regular basis.
Something to build your group and to maybe ensure a win where you're not just running to be the third person, but you're running to win and to keep the message among people. Like Republicans, I mean, we have to have meetings all the time.
Right.
We don't just stop and then be a Republican in 4 years.
Right. And not just for the party, but for what libertarianism even means. Because that's the other problem is people go, where have you been? And what does that even mean? You know, so many people go, do you mean like liberal? And we're like, no. This. And so it's like the brand of libertarianism, you know, and getting people to want to be libertarian, even if they vote Republican or Democrat, like who still want those things no matter who they're voting for. And then I also met during the campaign, I met people who were being destroyed by their local governments and having their lives ruined, their families torn apart, their businesses stolen, their homes stolen, all sorts of
children stolen.
Their children,
which is another thing. You were down in, was it Texas 3 or 4 months ago, helping a family out that had their child taken, right?
We have a cause we're working on in Texas.
Where was that at?
I was actually in Georgia, in Atlanta, Georgia for this one. And in fact, right now, I just, right before I came on here, I posted a video. We're going straight to Brian Kemp, the governor of Georgia, and saying, you know, it's called the Division of Family and Children's Services, but their CPS, their Children's Services, has been incentivized to create a system of child trafficking where they are being given money if they call every case that's put in front of them abuse, even when it's clearly not and the medical records show it isn't. And if they don't do that, they face being fired. So they'll be punished if they do the right thing, and they're given federal and state money if they do the wrong thing. And so we're calling for him to meet with us and to, these are some of those families, the Tims, the Hernandez, Jocelyn and Josiah Sanders are in Texas, but it's the same thing. She went with her son, was prescribed her son was prescribed clindamycin for a minor infection. She looked up clindamycin and said that seems like way too much. She went and got a second opinion that same day. Her son Josiah was prescribed Bactrim. He was doing fine. The next morning, because she got a second opinion, her son was taken from her. This was back in December. Her son was taken from her without a court order, and she's still fighting to get him back, even though in court, both the state's pediatrician and her pediatrician said the same thing, that she had done nothing wrong and that he would have gotten better under her care. He almost died under their care, under their custody, because they were giving him clindamycin. He needed a PICC line and a breathing tube because he was dying. And thankfully, they took him off of it. And, you know, this is the kind of stuff that happens when government is out of control. So I would meet people on the campaign trail like this who needed help. They needed someone to spotlight what was going on and to help them get justice and to help this nightmare end for them. And then I saw these other people who said, man, if only there was something we could work on, you know, on the off campaign years and year round and 24/7, 365 to show people what liberty is and to try to spread the message. And I said, well, here it is. Let's combine these two people. And so starting in 2021, we, as a proof of concept, we took on a few test causes to see, could this work? And it worked beautifully. We had a more than 70% success rate on those causes. In 2022, we officially launched the 501, our nonprofit charity, or our charity. It's qualified as a charity, but we launched our nonprofit, You Are the Power. And we have since had a nearly 90% or roughly 90% success rate on our case.
How do you get donations? Where do people go to donate to your cause?
If you go to youarethepower.net, there's a donate button there.
Excellent.
You can also become a member. And as much as I would love to get as much resources and money as people can give us, every bit that we can get is that many more causes we can work on. We'd also like you to become a member. And we do have a free membership option. Being a member gets you access to our membership network. You find out before anyone else about our causes and the calls to action on what you can do. You have access to our members-only training on how to become a better liberty activist and a better speaker and advocate for liberty. You get access to our monthly newsletter for the happenings of what's going on with You Are the Power. And if you do the paid memberships, you get that same access to the membership, and you also get some cool swag that comes with it. And you also have the knowledge that you're helping to give the resources that You Are the Power needs to properly discover these causes, thoroughly vet them to make sure they're legit, come up with a plan of action, and organize our community of activists and the local community in that area.
So you get to create like a local chapter or something when, let's say, you don't have anyone in this small town of Tooele County. So you become a member, you see something, they contact you, and then help you kind of figure out the next plan of attack. Do you want to know, it was just recently that I watched a show on Netflix that's called Take Care of Maya. Have you heard of this?
Yes.
Where the hospital and DCFS literally kidnapped this young girl and accused her parents of doctor shopping because a doctor in Mexico gave her the drug GHB or whatever to help her with these terrible spasms. And some bureaucrat decides that that's too much medicine, and they kept her hostage in a hospital, wouldn't let the mother visit. The mother ends up committing suicide because she feels so broken, and they're bankrupt trying to fight this in court. And they eventually get her back, but without her mom. And the doctor who prescribed her and took her to Mexico is literally telling a judge, this worked for her. I am her care physician. And was it Johns Hopkins that they had her?
It was Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital.
It makes you terrified to take your child, because then they said, we started this story, this documentary, for this plan to go through, and we just put it out there to people to let them know if this has ever happened to them. And they expected to get maybe 50 from one of the states. There were hundreds and hundreds of people going through this throughout the United States. I wouldn't even know who to call.
We've discovered dozens of families just in Georgia. And the problem is the root of the problem. It can be handled at the state level with some serious reforms that are necessary. And it's not just replacing this figurehead with this figurehead. Like, structural changes need to be made in disincentivizing, providing incentives to make the right decision instead of just calling it abuse to get that federal money. But that federal money is the real problem. Under Title 4 of the Title 4D, I believe, of the Social Security Act, every time they call it abuse, they get a certain amount of money. Not just their department, but them personally get a certain amount of money. Every time the judge orders non-reunification and orders them placed for adoption, they get even more money. And if those kids are disabled or have any kind of chronic health condition, they get way more money. And so here's what happens. When you come in with a kid that has a swelling or bruising or as a result of a chronic health condition, a good person, a good doctor who's not being incentivized to lie would look at that and go, oh, wow, they have this chronic health condition. It causes this. Let's look at the treatment. But these so-called child abuse pediatricians and these caseworkers go, wow, kid with fractures and bruising, and it's disabled. I'm going to get so much money from calling this abuse. And so they do everything they can. I mean, with the stories we have, the things we've heard, and these are all verified things. We fully vet our stories. We have the medical records. We have the emails. We have the case study. We have like the actual case from the caseworkers. We have the minutes from the family court hearings. We have everything. And
this is going to be
happen is infuriating.
This is going to be something that comes out, and I know I can't mention it because we got in trouble. So this one thing that happened in 2020 to the world, so many hospitals were incentivized for exactly that. Put them on a respirator and you'll make money. If this is on the death certificate, you'll make money. And when the government builds it, it will come.
Is it too easy?
It doesn't matter what it is. If the government puts a price tag on it, they're going to get all kinds.
Is it too early for me to say it?
Yeah, we don't want to get Dwayne any heart
No,
failure.
is it too early for me to say the G word?
Oh, No. In
Yeah.
fact, I think you should get earlier and earlier.
We need to bust out the guillotines. It's time that we need to make a how to build video. I want to see, I don't know if anyone, I'm a veteran, but in the Army, they gave out these little magazines,
Guillotines and catapults.
weekly magazines, weekly PMCS how-tos. And they'd be like, this week we got the Humvee, the Prick 77, different things like that. And I think they need to have one of those for the guillotine, because we need to really switch up our government, because our government has become predatory, parasitic, and abusive.
It has.
That's
And the
true.
problem is, it's not the officials. It's not that it's this person instead of this person. It's that they've created an incentive structure that just about every person that goes into it is going to go, oh, I get money to do this. Okay, I'll do this. And if they don't, they get fired. They get replaced. So one of the complaints we heard was, well, these children's services are doing the best they can because they have people quitting left and right. Well, then we started having some of those former caseworkers come to us and say why they were quitting left and right. They were being told flat out, if you call something that involves a fracture anything but abuse, you're fired.
Yeah.
Even if there's medical evidence that fracture or that bruising or that whatever is not being caused by trauma, by physical trauma, by abuse, it's being caused by a chronic health condition. You are to ignore that. You are to deny the parents access to the medical records and make them fight for it in court. And you're going to hope that they're like the vast majority of people who don't have the tens of thousands of dollars that it costs to fight this in the court system.
It's their
both
child.
The criminal court system and in the family court system. And to add insult to injury, or add additional injury to injury, many of these people, in order to get bail to be allowed to go home as a condition of their bond, they are indefinitely estranged from their spouse.
Yeah.
They cannot live with or speak with their spouse. And what they do is they hold, because they don't have any evidence to go to trial, they'll arrest them, but they never officially indict them. But they got that bond condition over them indefinitely.
And there's a protective
even after
order.
Their kids have been stolen from them. So
they're
not only are they
order
having
against their child and their family. So they're outcast from their entire family.
They're estranged from their entire family. And
Of
what they
their
hope
children
is
too.
that it will just break them. That they'll say,
That's
okay,
a
fine,
hostage.
what do I plead to? Let me at least have my wife back. Let me at least have my husband back. I guess you're going to take my children. Is it possible for me to occasionally have,
phone calls?
Phone calls or, monthly visits or something. And it breaks them.
Oh,
and they keep it to themselves because they just pled guilty to abuse, and they don't want the stigma of people going, they probably did do it. I mean, why would they charge them if they didn't do it?
Exactly.
That's the nightmare they're being put through.
What? The government charged people with innocent stuff? No.
And Dwayne says this is how Marxism works: divide husbands and wives, children and parents. And that's so true. But if you guys haven't seen this Netflix special, it made me so angry. I was seething, because who the hell are these people to... I get it. There's a need for DCFS, that there are really abused kids out there. But I've watched plenty of episodes of different shows where kids were blatantly abused. Teachers reported it. Everybody reported it. They did nothing. But here they see a cash cow, because at the end of the day, this young girl who they said didn't have this disease, her doctor said she had it, but Johns Hopkins pediatrician said she didn't have it. And yet at the end of the day, they were billing this girl's insurance company for this disease treatment. It was such a scam. And this woman, who was the mother of this girl and a Russian immigrant who fought and fought and fought, she eventually gave up. Like you said, they drive you to break you. It's called Take Care of Maya, and it's on Netflix. Hi, Mom, my mother, I love you.
Let me ask you a question.
Real quick.
Oh, yeah.
So on the Take Care of Maya thing, I was actually on Dr. Joe Corcoran's show earlier this week. He was one of the expert witnesses in the Take Care of Maya trial, Dr. Joe Corcoran. And he talked about this, and he's now a member of You Are the Power. He wants to pay it forward and help. And being on that show, we got about I think we're up to 50 new members. His advocates, his people that are a part of his show, have said they want to make sure proactively that something like a Maya Kowalski never happens again.
Did the family? I know it kind of ends in that documentary where the family was suing. she was home, and the attorneys, I know, did the attorneys do it for free in that case?
I don't know if they did it for free or not, but I do know that they were recently awarded $213 million.
Right, because they were suing, and you know, they didn't.
The attorneys were, or the
no,
family
the family,
was?
but the attorney
The
will get a
family.
percentage.
Yeah,
but
I assume the attorneys get like a contingency percentage. Yeah.
Well, and that would be fair
no,
because
that's
they
what
worked on it for years, and they couldn't believe
Who did they get the
everything.
money from? Who did they sue that was awarded? Was it the state or was it
Both.
John Hopkins?
I think they
I
got
believe
it, from
it
the
was
hospital.
both the state and Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital. That I'm not positive of, but I know Johns Hopkins was definitely on one of the defendants in that.
How would it be that the people, if a lawsuit came down in your city, that anyone involved, from the police officers, the social
Child
worker,
workers, so,
all of them, the city or your state was allowed to turn around and say, okay, now you're a part of this too. So we get to withhold 30% of your paycheck until you meet this percentage liability. Needs to happen.
Hey, a $200+ million lawsuit. I know a lot of families would go, and even me, where's the money come from? It comes from taxpayers, right? When it's the government. But a lawsuit like that opens eyes, and it puts departments in check because they cannot write many checks like that.
It does, but the reason that they aren't being held individually liable is because of qualified immunity. We talk about that a lot for police officers, but it also applies to any kind of government worker, except
prosecutors, all that.
No, prosecutors, judges, and politicians are covered under absolute immunity. You don't even get to take it to court. They are immune, period. Qualified immunity is where the government officials, government employees get to go to the court and go, Your Honor, I didn't know it was illegal to steal children. And the courts usually say, yeah, okay, yeah, that's fine. And that's how qualified immunity works. And as a result of that, there is no disincentive to do the wrong thing. They don't even have to worry about getting sued. And so now the taxpayer has to pay it off. So everyone's being victimized, and the only people who are actually responsible are also the only people who are never held accountable for it.
It's true. And that's bureaucrats in our government. And they have, you can't fire them. They get reassigned to other jobs in other divisions, and yet they have trafficked your child.
And they get endless streams of federal monopoly money
that
to incentivize doing it. And that's the problem.
Yeah.
As a libertarian, all things go back to the Federal Reserve, but this is a perfect example of that. When the federal government can just throw endless trillions of monopoly money at everything and never actually look at the system and figure out what works and what doesn't, just throw more money at it, inevitably what ends up happening is you incentivize a system that just looks for metrics. I'm going to call everything abuse, but then here's what happens. If your job is to just say abuse, 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 you're not going to find the actual cases of abuse because the actual abusers know how to work the system. They know how to treat their kids in such a way that it's not going to, you hear about like hitting kids with phone books and stuff like that so they don't bruise and like these horrific things that happen. So unless the person who's abusing them is also stupid and does something that makes obvious, an obvious evidence of abuse, they never get found because these caseworkers aren't actually investigating. They're just, fracture, abuse, bruising, abuse, even though they know. And when they see fracture because of Ehlers-Danlos syndrome or because of osteogenesis imperfecta or because of neonatal rickets, they don't go, okay, it's not abuse. They go, oh, that's even more money because they're disabled. Abuse, abuse, abuse.
Well, and good parents, abusive parents don't normally take their child to an ER after they've hurt them, unless it's like life-threatening.
Yep. And
these good parents who've got a child with a disability, they're going to the ER because they need help. They're not. This is a clown world. We're probably going to say this more than once today because it's absolutely ridiculous of what's happening in our country right now. Be
careful. You're going to convince Holly to come over to our side.
Hey, I'm going to tell you the truth. Before, this is no kidding, when I first moved to Tooele County 20 plus years ago, I was a libertarian. And I said, if they were more organized, I would be a part of that party. Not only that, I would run and be a chair of that party.
She's the county chair for the Republicans out here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I would run, and I would be in Libertarians, because I believe that if you're not hurting me, live your life.
Right.
But I think there's so much discipline required with the Libertarian Party, and there is so much, well, it's liberty. And people aren't very responsible with liberty. We live in a country where people will give it up in the name of security or political theater or security theater. And
We watch it every day. Yep.
Yeah. And yet, I don't know that the public is ready for true liberty, because there is a fine line. I think Dwayne mentioned it, between libertarian and anarchy, and where they say, look, the government, in my opinion, should do what the government is given the right to do in the Constitution. And only that. These taxes they've come up with are just ridiculous. We never own our property. Never. The government owns it. And yet, when do we get enough people to wake up and say, enough, I'm done with this. The government can't charge me property tax. I'll pay a tax, but this tax me from the second I'm born to the second I'm in the ground it's theft.
Well,
The fact that they can take my money out of my car because I'm carrying cash on me, now that's a problem. They can take my home. Yeah,
Yep.
They can take my home because they feel like I've committed a crime out of it. There is so much that's been handed over in the name of security that we've lost our liberty. And I don't even know if our public could even handle what liberty really would mean.
Well,
I think the problem. Oh, go ahead. Go ahead, man.
No, you go, Spike.
So I think part of the problem with this is that a lot of the public, and we saw this with COVID, they like a certain amount of freedom, especially the things they like to do. But then anything past that, they've been conditioned to believe that anything past that can actually be harmful, that there's like this sort of Laffer curve to freedom, that you want to get there just enough of freedom. And then after that, as things start to go downhill, it gets really bad, but the reality is, what actually freedom is good in all cases, and liberty is good in all ways. And the more liberty you have, the better things are. And more to the point, the more we require that everyone respect everyone else as individual human beings, the happier, the more prosperous, and the more harmonious we are. And that's something we intrinsically understand. Like, if we were going around treating each other the same way we treat insects or livestock or something like that, things would not be very good. But yet we put that expectation for being respected as an individual human being aside when it's the government. Yeah. The government routinely does things to us individually and as a people that we would never tolerate anyone else doing, because they're the government, even though literally those people are just our neighbors. Like, they're literally, especially at the local level, they might live in the same subdivision as you or the same neighborhood as you. Like, they're literally the same people. And if outside of their capacity as government officials, they were doing those exact same things, we would band together to stop them. But because they're standing behind the dais and they're wearing their suit and they've got their official title and there's someone standing next to them with a shiny badge, and we go, oh, well, that's the government, maybe we can vote them out or whatever. What we're doing with You Are the Power is the first thing that we do is we find people who are being disrespected by government. They're being mistreated because the government's not treating them as human beings. They're treating them as a metric. And so we get that story out to the public as what?
They're like a collective. We're not individual spirits. We are a collective. We are ants on a hill, worker ants. That's supposed to work for the government instead of it being the other way around.
Exactly. And so we bring those cases to people's attention, and we encourage them to join us and to fight for the respect that we all deserve. And then we give them another cause and another one and another one and another one. So we're conditioning them to not just complain and go, oh, this sucks, I hate this, man, the government, those politicians, man, they just do whatever they want. Here's something you can do, and look at how we're winning. Look at the successes we've had. But all along the way, we keep the consistent message. This is happening because you're not being respected as an individual human being. We are always doing better when we are respected and when we respect each other as individual human beings. That is the core message of libertarianism. I call it the principle of human respect, but it's basically the core message of libertarianism. It is the non-aggression principle and property rights and individualism and non-aggression and all of our different self-ownership, all of our different ideas are boiled down to the same thing. When we are treated and when we treat one another as individual human beings, we are better off in every way measurable and immeasurable. And when we are not respected as individual human beings, no matter who's doing the disrespecting, we are that much worse off.
Okay, so I want to talk about, I mean, just one set of people I'm thinking about right now is parents and the school boards across this nation, and how you individual human beings, I get so angry if my child is disrespected, like their voice doesn't matter. They're sitting in a class and they disagree with what the teacher is saying, and they're being very respectful, but they're talked down to. I mean, he's 14, so he's not a little kid, but his individual spirit should be recognized, and he should get respect, especially if he's having a conversation that's intellectually on the same page, or questioning with boldness, which I think every American should do, and we should raise our children to do that. But now we've got these school boards who aren't even, I mean, parents are standing alone and they're standing up for right, but when they can't even read a book that's in their child's library without being their mic shut off, or the meeting can't have these words, but you're going to throw it in front of my child. I bet you have tons of parents who feel unheard, disrespected, and they're on behalf of their children.
Well, and we found out in, was it 21 or 22, that the federal government was using the Patriot Act, the provisions within the Patriot Act, to spy on and try to basically find dirt on some of these parents, some of these most outspoken parents that were showing up to school board meetings.
They were called domestic terrorists.
Yeah, they were called domestic terror, and there was never any documented threat of violence. There was never any documented true unrest. They said, "Oh, fomenting unrest." No, it was a very heated discussion happening at a school board meeting. There were people yelling. It wasn't, unrest like the city might fall to the rioters.
A child had just been raped in her school by a transgender kid who was shut. It was under the rug, moved to a different school, and it happened in a different school. And I'm telling you, take my child and buy hostage through a hospital. You're going to see mama bears and papa bears come out. That is your child. You have to fight back. And then you're looking at a board of people who aren't considering your child as an individual spirit, or the future that is getting wrecked because you're making these ridiculous decisions. There's no face when you're viewing things as a collective. There's no heart. There's no story. When you're an individual, you matter more. You're absolutely right. Yep. And I believe in God, and I believe he chooses our spirit. He knows our spirit. He knew us in the womb. He knows who we are. And every single one of us is here for a purpose in this time. And we are valuable.
Yep. And those government officials, those school officials, like you said, if they were looking at these rape victims, these children, as individual human beings instead of some political boundary or political obstacle they got to get around, they wouldn't have done that. And also to the point, if it had been anyone other than a government official who was saying, this person raped this person, I'm going to hide it and put them over here so they can rape somewhere else where I don't have to deal with it, we would be punishing them for that too, for aiding and abetting the rapist. Yep. But because they're school officials, they more than likely can't be sued. They'll almost certainly get qualified immunity for it if they were even to be sued. And they sick the government on people who even just show up and express their displeasure with the fact that it happened.
They're insulated through having other people carry out their orders.
The Vatican did that, remember, with priests, and it took a class action lawsuit, a substantial one, before they brought it to light. And yet that was a huge entity. Why should the government be any different? We have to stand up, and we have to. But when the DOJ goes after you and they're using the DOJ as a weapon against American citizens who are standing up for their child, standing up for themselves, the squeaky wheel gets all the attention.
Yeah, well, we're seeing this with the January 6th protesters. And to be clear, I'm not talking about any of the ones that actually engaged in violence or actually assaulted anyone. I'm talking about the people whose highest crime was walking into a building and then leaving, which was the vast majority, including some of whom who were journalists. They were literally
a building
just
that's
covering the news
open.
Story.
The People's House.
A building that's open every other day as well.
That's supposed to be,
just
yeah,
on
exactly.
the grounds. Some were just on the grounds of that building.
Well,
And they're under
and many
the
of
jail.
them were literally they were walking around outside of the building.
Yep.
That's the vast majority of the people.
Yeah.
And they're being subject for misdemeanor charges. They have the FBI forcing them to do perp walks. They're getting no knock rated by SWAT teams. This is for misdemeanor crimes.
solitary confinement.
It's involuntary confinement. They're being subjected. They're being punished at not just at the highest level that you can for that misdemeanor. They're being put in medium security federal prisons, which have never before hosted anyone that had a misdemeanor, because they don't charge them with that for a misdemeanor.
They don't charge
And
them.
the prisons also seem to have they're selecting prisons that carry political bias so that the abuse tends to be carried on in the prison.
Yeah.
Hearing the stories, what's
tortured.
coming out, that it seems like the officers at the prison hold a grudge against them. David says, hi, David. You remember David, the guy that used to sit here and,
Yes.
David,
Jared do all the
David
talking.
got prettier and now David's changed. Anyways, he says it's harder for little boys in school, I think. Maybe I'm just crazy or biased though.
No, I think you're right, David, because I think it's designed that way. When boys' brains think differently and they're not as, I don't believe they don't comply like girls will. They'll get along to get that good grade. And when a boy, I know this, boys will be slower to learn to read or write, and then they're scared to write because the teacher will grade a boy differently because he's comparing it to a girl, when our brains are literally different in how we tell a short story.
Not just our brains, our physical bodies. A boy wants to run and move, and schools are now.
Whoa.
That is.
Whoa. I don't like this kind of talk. You're saying boys are in some way physically different than girls.
Oh, I stand corrected.
Can you even tell me what a boy is? You're phobic.
And then
it's your show, so I can't cancel you on your own show, but I am canceling you on your own show.
David also says maybe the government can sue itself, but it'll just say it did nothing wrong.
It can't do that either. It's called sovereign immunity.
Yeah,
sovereign, and that means you can't sue a government entity.
The government can't sue the government.
It's almost like it's designed
so you can sue
fail.
the government in court to do or not do something, but in terms of punitive damages or anything, absolutely not. You cannot sue.
And the government can tax the government. They can tax the Social Security. Yeah, we're going to hand you taxpayer dollars, and then we're going to tax you for them. So you're going to hand them back. This is a clown world. This is a guillotine world.
Well, my favorite here in Utah, when we do our taxes, we have to claim last year's federal returns on this year's state taxes.
What?
You didn't know that?
I didn't have to do that.
In Utah, you have to do that.
Don't say live that you didn't do that.
No, you do that.
H&R Block did mine.
It's written right.
Oh, okay, all right. Well, then, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, you have to do that.
Shout out to Roger at H&R Block.
Well,
but no, I want to ask you a question going back to the state
you can't
kidnapping.
Just breeze over that. They say that you have to claim.
It's in
money.
there. It's in there. Do your own taxes one time. It's right there.
It's income, but it's money they took out.
Look,
no, they didn't. Yeah, no, it's income. Yeah,
it's the state of Utah. But I wanted to ask you on going back to the government-sponsored child kidnapping. Does it seem like there's a window where the government kidnaps? Do you like super rich people? They're like, we're not touching that because we'll get our butts handed to us in court. Or is there and then super poor, they can't milk them for anything, so that's just not going to happen.
Oh, so
is there like a window?
Yeah, so it's basically the window is they'll do it to everyone, and if you're wealthy enough, you can fight it and get your kids back. But if you're poor, you can't. And they're not, to be clear, they're not milking those. Now, if they can, they'll try to get those families to pay child support when they take their kids from them, so that they pay child support to the state to take care of kids that were stolen from them.
Or they
but
bill
if they don't
their
have
insurance if they have it.
Yeah, and that as well. But that's not their main source of funding. Their main source of funding is federal Title IV-D money and going to the state and saying, we need more appropriations for the next year's budget. Look at all these abuse cases of chronically ill children we've had to take on. So they really they actually prefer to go after, they prefer when the kids are of poor parents because the poor parents aren't going to be able to fight back. And so yeah, there's not much they need to milk from the parents. They're milking the most important thing from the parents, and that's their kids.
So the wealthy parents become poor parents really fast.
That can happen as well, depending on how wealthy they are. They might be poor when it's over, but at least their family's still together. It is I mean, this is it's almost surreal talking about it. And I deal with how much the government sucks every single day. And yet I was surprised when we first heard about this first cause, and it was the Hernandez family. Actually, we dealt with a similar case with a couple named Rodney and Tamisha Jackson in Dallas, I think early last year, maybe it was 22. And I thought that was just like a one-off thing. Then we heard this story of the Hernandez family and what they were going through. And I told my team, we need to vet this thoroughly because this seems off. Like, I think the government sucks as much as the next guy, but
that seems too crazy.
Chronically ill kids and holding charges, and they don't. And I said, let's vet it and see if it is. And they had all the evidence. They had the medical records. They had the testing. They had their, emails back and forth attempting to get the records. They had, they had everything. They had the hearing where the family court judge literally refused to listen to the testimony or evidence of the medical experts that were brought in by the parents, by one of the parents, because they're not allowed to talk to each other.
Or sometimes the victim, the child, they wouldn't even listen to Maya in her case.
Yeah. So do you think they do that just so it doesn't get on the court record, that they refuse to have that testimony? So there's not a record of the
no, that's exactly what it is. But now what still gets on the record is that someone tried to introduce it and they said no. And so you get this information and they literally say, I'm not going to hear this. And they'll appeal it and they'll say appeal denied. And so this judge instead took the sole testimony of the child abuse physician who brought no paperwork, who seemed not to necessarily remember the facts of this specific case of Emma Hernandez, who did not know what osteogenesis imperfecta was, which is what she almost certainly has. And he said, yeah, well, it's abuse because anytime you see these kinds of fractures, it's statistically, it's likely to be abuse. And when the lawyer asked him for the source of that statistic, he said, oh, you can look it up on the internet. She took that testimony instead of the documented medical records and medical expert testimony that said that she had a disease and was not being abused. So when we see these things, when I say we thoroughly vet these, we have a team that spends hours and hours and hours poring over all of this stuff and trying to stay sane while reading these things.
This is insanity. This is absolute insanity. And these are people's children. I cannot imagine a bigger fight that I would be in when it's my child. I cannot imagine.
I tell people, if you have children who have a chronic health condition and you take them to a children's hospital, make sure you have a legal team in place. And I'm not being hyperbolic.
Go in there with lawyers.
Do you even take them to a children's hospital?
They're actually disincentivizing people. They are disincentivizing people from taking their kids to children's hospitors.
Oh yeah,
it is that bad. Yeah, Show is one of the worst ones in Atlanta.
This is insane world. And O'Malley May just joined us and she says, hi, everyone. And she says, no burden of proof required when it's in a civil matter. And primary children's is infamous. And seen it happen to one of my friends. And it was so horrible.
It's horrific.
The story you had with the child that was taken by Georgia and they put it on the heavier antibiotic. I read that and it almost killed the child.
That one was in Texas. So three of them are Georgia. That one's in Texas. But yeah, they put him on the clindamycin. Yeah.
Is that common? You see that happen where the state takes a child as this source of revenue and then they give it subpar care? Because the foster system is sometimes it's good, but it has reputation
So much room for abuse.
for a lot of horrible things happening in it. A lot of abuses
Financial,
and
mental, sexual.
Yep. And what happens is the good parents, they see. So, for example, the Hernandez family, their case was brought to us by Jennifer and Jonathan Williams. They were one of the foster families for Emma and Aria Hernandez, and they said something's wrong here. These kids just. Aria, who's old enough to talk, just keeps saying that she wants her parents, and she's becoming more and more withdrawn. And the other one, Emma, the one that was supposedly abused, something's off. She looks on. She was still a young baby, but her head to body proportion looks wrong. She doesn't look like she. I forget exactly the different things, but they were like, something's wrong here. Like she looks like she's unwell.
She's not developing properly.
She's not developing properly because she more than likely has osteogenesis imperfecta. And so when she brought this to DFACS and the family court, when she brought this to their attention, she kept driving home. She kept driving it home. She kept driving it home. And eventually they said, we don't think you're a good candidate for our foster parent system.
which she was the only good candidate.
She was the only one. Yeah, she was the
Aside
only
from
one up
the
there that we knew
child's
of.
mother.
So when I build a guillotine, I like to use a hardwood for the upright stand. I'm thinking oak.
Right.
Now, if you want some color in there, you could go with the cherry, a nice grain cherry,
Okay.
and then you stain it.
Settle
You
down.
get a nice shiny stain. Now,
Spike,
for the crossbar,
okay, so you feel like what you're doing is potentially empowering other people. How do you fundraise? Do you do events, or do you just you go to these cases? Like, how are you getting attention for this? Because I, as a parent, after seeing that show on Netflix, I was so angry, but I thought, how would somebody know there's people out there like you
Yep.
who are ready to go to war for them?
Yeah. So our primary source of getting the news out is through our social media, through our advocacy our activist network of members. So you can be a part of that as well. And from our growing media contacts, local, regional, state, national, international media, podcasts like this, and that's primarily how we get our news out. We do events, but they're typically cause-oriented events, so they aren't events to raise funds necessarily. Every once in a while, I'll do like an open house in a state or something and try to raise funds, but for the most part, our events are front-facing cause-related events, rallies in front of Capitol buildings and city council meetings and things like that. Like that's typically how we do those. Our main source of funding is from everyday folks like you. It is from people who say, I want to help to help reunite families, stop small businesses from being stolen, stop people's homes from being stolen, stop people from being wrongfully arrested and having the body cam footage not released, stop people from being threatened for feeding people, being threatened with jail time for feeding people, stop out of control governments from refusing to refusing to respect people as individuals. I want to help with that. And they can do so by going to youarethepower.net. They can make a one-time donation, or they can become a paid member, which is like a recurring thing. And it's a different prices based on which one they choose. And every penny we get goes to the cost of discovering these causes, vetting these causes, organizing around these causes, rallying around these causes, and not stopping fighting until we win on it. I can give you an example of how we win. We got involved with Rodney and Tamisha Jackson after months of baby Mila, a newborn child who was taken from them because their pediatrician or OBGYN didn't like the fact, or no, I think it was the pediatrician, didn't like the fact that they did a home birth with a midwife instead of bringing her into the hospital. She, after months of fighting, they got her back. In the case of the Hernandez family, that judge who refused to listen to any of the evidence, after getting several thousand emails from folks after we released the Hernandez family story, at their next hearing, she inexplicably did a 180 degree and said, I am ordering reunification. I would drop everything and just let them live with you again. But unfortunately, my hands are tied because you still have an active criminal complaint against you, an active criminal case against you. So I can't do that, but I'm removing everything that I possibly can. These children can now live with family members and there are no restrictions. You can see them whenever you want to.
So
and so
was
in
that an election year? Because this
That was
is
this year.
something people need to remember. Judges, they're elected too. And I've seen prosecutors, I've seen judges where they've held a case. They don't have crap on this person, but they use it during an election year either to get votes, or they'll dismiss it as soon as they're elected because they know they don't have a case, but they use it. So I hope that you're empowering people to take advantage of election years to actually draw attention to these folks.
Right. So in this case, these judges are appointed. She did this back in December of last year, so it was 23. And it is true that she may have future political aspirations, and this could certainly hurt. And I have to be careful in how I say this because we are a nonpartisan nonprofit. We do not get involved in elections. But I will say this: what we have found is that for government officials, they do, whether it's a politician, a judge, a prosecutor, a cop, or chief of police, an investigator, a CPS worker, child abuse physician, everyone tends to do what is the most expedient for them. That's just human nature. We tend to do what's most expedient. Typically, what's most expedient for them is to just railroad these families and pass it on to the next person to continue doing the railroading. When we get involved and they're suddenly, their email inboxes are full every single day of people saying, do the right thing, do the right thing. We're watching you, do the right thing. Their phone voicemail boxes are filled with people saying, we know what you're doing, stop doing it, do the right thing. Their mentions on social media are filled with people saying, do the right thing, do the right thing. They end up usually doing the right thing. Like I said, we have about a 90% success rate. And
that's incredible.
And we have that because the natural inclination of people, when everyone is telling them, we know what you're doing, you know it's wrong, just like we know it's wrong, stop doing it, and there's enough people doing it, the pressure of that typically gets people to do the right thing.
Yeah,
that's why
we
we have a shirt that you can buy at our shop at youarethepower.net that says cyberbully the government. And I'm a very strong believer that you can go, and you don't even have to be mean. Like, we don't tell people to go and call them names or anything else. Just let them know we are watching you. We know what you are doing. Stop doing it. You would never do this to someone you cared about. Do the right thing here. And most of the time it works.
Well, Mally's wondering when did they start doing this? And I think this has been going on probably a while.
When did the judges start? Or?
When did the law start to pay them to do this?
I believe Title 4D of the Social Security Act first started in the 70s or 80s, but this has been something that has been building over time.
Yeah.
Similar
and
to
they
you
keep
mentioned.
Amending it.
Well, what happens is, the system keeps getting built around that federal money. And it's also like habitual line stepping. It's like, okay, can we do this? Well, everyone was okay with us doing that. Okay, well, we'll do this now. Everyone's all right. Okay, well, we'll do this now. And they just it's that frog in the boiling water thing. They keep pushing forward, and it gets worse and worse and worse. And now we've gotten to the point where a significant number of parents across the country who have children with chronic health issues probably shouldn't take their kids to a children's hospital or a major medical center, because there's a strong likelihood that their kids will be stolen from them because of the incentive structures.
And you go in there, kid breaks an arm riding their bicycle.
Oh, and that as well. Yeah.
And then
so now you tell them they broke his arm riding a bicycle.
Now you've got to go through that. No, what O'Malley May's asking is, when did you start You Are the Power? You explained it in the beginning of the show.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So we started as a proof of concept, because I'm a proof of concept guy. Like I said, I come from the startup world. I've heard a lot of really great business ideas, and I've said, let me know when this works as a proof of concept. And it more often than not, it doesn't. And so I thought, coming out of the campaign in 2020, I thought, you got people in need, you got people that want to help them. Let's put them together. Let's do something. And so, but before I was going to file for the 501 nonprofit status, before I was going to start asking people to give us, hundreds of thousands of dollars a year in donations and things like that, before I was going to create this whole thing, I wanted to make sure we had any reason to think that it would work. And so we took on just under a dozen causes in 2021, test causes that we already had people there that could help us with it in place, and said, let's see if this works. Like, before I start asking for all this buy-in, let's see if it works. And it worked amazingly. So in 2022, we officially launched You Are the Power, and we have been doing this for right around 2 years now. And it has been incredible to watch how quickly it has expanded, because in the market, if you will, there is this tremendous demand for people to get help. There's two strings of demand. There's a heavy demand for people who are having these terrible things happening to them and need help to get their word out so that people will help them. And then you've got all these people that would love nothing more than to help people that are in need, especially if all they have to do is send out a couple of emails, do a couple mentions on social media. They spend, a half hour helping us do this thing and maybe donating a few bucks to the cause. And so we've kind of met those two. It turns out those demands meet each other. Those supplies meet each other's demands. And it has been incredible to watch how this has taken off.
That's awesome. I think what you're doing, dare I say, is the Lord's work. I may not be a religious man, but I can recognize the Lord's work when it happens.
I think that it's frightening, and every parent should take note. And with it being so flippant now, it's going to be a police officer's kid one day. It's going to be a politician's kid one day. And until it is, it's not going to stop, or until every community decides we're done with this and the message gets spread like wildfire. And in small towns, it's super loud when a message starts going out there. I mean, when I watched that show, I first of all couldn't believe the government could do this. And I'm never surprised anymore. But if they can take your life savings because you drove across state lines with it to go buy a home with cash and not return it and bankrupt you fighting for it, then what's to stop them from taking your child? And I know people who have worked at DCFS, and I know it burns them out really, really fast. And they do see the worst of the worst. But at the same time, I also know people who work at the DMV who get pretty used to their jobs, and they're bureaucrats. They can't lose them, and don't work too fast. You're going to make the rest of us look bad. You walk along to get along. You are a collective under the government. You really are. You're a group. You're a statistic, and you become a hazard. You literally become a problem until it's you. When it's your child, oh man, well, things change. But I don't know. I mean, this story just blew my mind how hard these parents had to fight. And for one mother to just say, I can't live this way, and to die. And then her child comes home and she's not there, and she doesn't get to see the fight finished. And the lawyers were just flabbergasted. Yeah, they broke her. And like you said, that's the whole point. And it doesn't care what color you are. It doesn't care what city you live in. And this is a problem. It's a problem in Europe as well, especially in England. We've seen this with babies where our side is trying to fight for them to come get health care here. No, it's not viable. You can't help them. I know Glenn Beck has taken on a couple of causes with babies where the hospital's like, sorry, we're keeping them and we're going to let them die here.
Yeah. Samuel Adams, after the Constitution was ratified, said that was it Samuel Adams? One of the founders, who I believe was Samuel Adams, said that without constant vigilance, the affirmations of our rights here that are written on this Constitution will be nothing more than mere demarcations on paper. It will mean nothing. It will be, or on parchment. It will be words on parchment that will be routinely and completely ignored by powerful people who have every incentive to ignore them.
And how correct he was.
And that's literally what we have. And so and I was obviously paraphrasing a little there, but he said they would be nothing more than demarcations on parchment. It would mean nothing. And what we are trying to do with You Are the Power is say, okay, you have this government, which you claim is supposed to exist to affirm and protect our rights. We all inside of us have this intrinsic understanding that we should be respecting each other as individual human beings. And we have, for whatever reason, decided to set that aside for the government. Fine. If you want to have this situation in place, you're not going to treat us this way. And we are going to organize that public to keep constant vigilance on you and to hold you accountable for it. and to demand that you treat us and the people that you're harming with the respect that you should have always treated them with. We shouldn't have to do this, but here we are doing it, and we will do it. And that's what we do at You Are the Power. And, if people wish to join us in that, then, they can go to youarethepower.net. But that is the long and short of what we do. We find people that are being disrespected, and we fight for them to get that respect they deserve.
You're fighting, though, in a nonviolent way, and you're you're using the game against itself. So if they're bogging you down with legal issues, then you're fighting them in the courts. If they're boggled down with health issues, you're fighting them with doctors. This is the way you can actually cause change. You're not burning your city to the ground in protest.
No.
You're doing it with a way where, you know what? You do it, or we're going to just make your life hell. I mean, the left has been doing that forever, and individuals can move mountains. I truly believe that one person can make an amazing difference in the world. And we've seen ridiculously that repeated over and over and over. And yet the government does not want you standing up for yourself, because I love the meme that everybody's hunched over on their back and there's a Monopoly game on their backs and all these fat cats are around the game. And the bottom of the meme says, the game ends when you decide to stand up. And that is so true. When the people decide to stand up and you know what, we're done. You don't have a moral people and a working constitution, and immoral people and a working constitution. You've got to have people value the sanctity of their life, of their freedom and their liberty, their property, their children, and that Constitution is on their side. Nobody is. Patriot Act needs to go. That, as far as I'm concerned, it needs to go. And that was a Republican who did that. And I know you want him to speak at the Republican convention, but he's nonpartisan. And I mean, I think you could speak at both conventions, actually.
I speak at political conventions routinely. There's nothing that says I can't speak to people of different parties. I just make it clear when I'm speaking for You Are the Power, I am speaking, I don't care who people vote for. And frankly, I don't care, even as hyper-partisan libertarian Spike Cohen, who, I'll cover this up for a second, who is, very heavily involved in trying to spread the Libertarian Party and get our candidates elected. I don't care how you vote. What I care about is what you are voting for. And so if you're in the Republican Party, and I'm now, again, speaking, I'm not speaking, just ignore this for it. But I don't care who you vote for. If you're in the Republican Party, push the Republican Party to be more libertarian and less authoritarian. If you're a Democrat and you that's the only, because I've met people who are libertarian who go, the Democrats party is the only party that has anything going on here. Okay, great. Then try to push them in a more civil libertarian direction if you can. If you don't want to be involved in politics at all, you can join us and just be on the side of getting the public, holding these government officials accountable. There are many people I've met who have given up on the whole thing, and they're engaging in what they call agorism, which is coming up with alternatives to the services that the government provides us. That's where Bitcoin came from. They saw that fiat currency was failing us, and they said, well, we'll make new money. And so, there are many different ways many different ways that we can fight for liberty. And it's going to be a lot about, what you can bring to the table, your connections that you have, what speaks to you, what actually drives you, where your talents are. There are many factors that will decide where you are best in the liberty movement. I have found that where I am best is in tying our movement to an intrinsic thing that we understand even before we can formulate words, which is that we should be respecting each other as individual human beings, and then finding people who are not being respected in that way and organizing the rest of us to fight for them to get that respect and driving home that message over and over again. We are helping people now. We are getting people involved in being activists and feeling like this is why it's called You Are the Power. You have the power to solve this. And we are showing them that at its core, whoever you're voting for, whoever's in office, doesn't actually really matter. If they are respecting you as an individual human being, things are going to be better. And if they are disrespecting you and not treating you like an individual human being, things are going to be worse.
I love it. Real world application.
Well, the government 100%. We don't even think of the government as individuals. We think of it as the government, and
The
yet
government.
they are constantly taking our liberties, and it is death by 1,000 cuts. You'll wake up tomorrow and you are the victim. And so I love what the work that you're doing. And how do people submit a case to you? Do they just email you on the site?
Yeah, so you can do two things. We encourage you to become a member, but you actually, if you want to submit something, you technically don't have to be a member. If you go to youarethepower.net, there's a contact form. You go to contact, I think it's contact us, and like on the menu, and there's a contact form there. You can send the information there. When we follow up with you, we will need more information because, like I said, we thoroughly vet our causes. We do not want to even inadvertently take on a cause that is not legit. Yeah, right there at the top there where it says contact. On the menu, you can contact us there. You can also become a member, and when you become a member, you will get an email from us reaching out to you to thank you, and you can respond to us there with your causes. And the email address is info@youarethepower.net. But the easiest way is just to go to the website and press contact and fill out the form. It goes to that address. And as soon as we get that, it goes to our team who does all of the vetting. We may follow up with you for more information if we need it, which we almost certainly will. We will go through the process of vetting that with you and with the principals involved, the people that are involved in it. If it's a cause that we take on, the first thing that we've started doing is reaching out to those officials first to let them know that we found out about this and asking them to do the right thing before we blow it up on social media. And then if that doesn't work, then we pretty quickly after that, we activate our membership behind it. We get our regional organizers and state organizers in that region and in that state involved, and we go to work.
How many members do you have?
Over 3,000.
So do you have any paid employees for somebody looking for a job, like specialists, or do you pay specialists for consults and things like that? Or is it all charity based?
We do have a paid staff. They're the bulk of the people who do the vetting. We do have volunteers that help them. We also have volunteer organizers that are volunteers. The bulk of our work is done by volunteers, but the vetting work, the bulk of that is done by people who are actually part of a paid staff, because frankly, we're not paying them anywhere near enough of what it is to go through, to spend the hours and hours doing this, and to hear some of the most horrific, heartbreaking things that you can hear. And so we do have that. And the bottom line, right now, we're not actively hiring anyone, but with the more resources we get, the more we can expand and be able to hire more people on to vet more causes, take on more causes at the same time, and help people even faster.
Well, here's my honest opinion is I want to see you guys put out of work.
Oh, 100%.
That's what I want to see. I want to see the government
have to exist. Yeah.
I want to see the government all of a sudden become honest, and then you guys go, oh shucks, kick a rock, and then go figure something else out to do.
You know what?
I'd like to go back to retirement. Yeah.
I don't think that's going to happen. David says make a movie about it like Tim Ballard did. And
we've actually had people reach out to make a documentary style movie. Yeah.
No, I want to make a full blockbuster. So who's the actor you're going to have play you, or actress? I mean, it is Hollywood nowadays. We need to have representation.
Oh yeah, well then
let's lean into
Natalie
this.
Portman, clearly.
Natalie Portman.
No,
I like it. No, that's
actress.
a good one. That's a good or actor, The Rock. Huh?
Yes. The Rock is both in terms of my energy and my physical size.
Yes,
he's about 5'9", 175, right?
Yeah.
You know what? You say you have 3,000 members, and that doesn't sound like a lot, but I bet to those families you helped, that's millions, because this is their child. I can't stress that enough. I cannot imagine fighting an entity for my child and having nobody on that side of me to help me. And the people that can help, it's easier for them to throw money because they can't throw time. And yet these families that you guys have helped, I bet they are just ecstatic that they weren't alone. I mean, that's huge. I think at least go there, go to the site, become a member, and just so there's allies that they have, because the left, and I don't mean Democrat or whatever.
No, I know what you mean. Yeah.
I mean, the people that have taken this government too far, and the people, and that's on both sides, but the people whose mindset is that bigger government and all of that, those people have been growing advocates or activists from our child from this high. It's by design. They've turned activists. Our kids are activists, and let's put them in a direction where they're superheroes. They're not blowing up businesses and fighting in the streets and attacking police officers. They're superheroes. They're showing up with class and facts and strength, and they're putting the message out there, but they're doing so in a safe way, and they're building their community up. They're not tearing it down. And I love it.
We say every time when we do a rally or any kind of in-person event, I say, we want to make sure that the public officials are on notice that we're watching them. We want the public, anyone that we interact with, to be glad that we are there. Maybe
And
not the public officials, but
feel
short
respected
of the,
and
yeah,
seen.
feel respected and see that and feel educated by what we're telling them about. And we want to leave wherever we went cleaner than when we left, than when we got there. The problem that I think the Liberty, and this is the Liberty movement writ large, not just parties or anything else. The problem philosophically with the Libertarian movement, or the Liberty movement, I will say, is that we just want to be left alone. And the problem is that when it comes to political organizing, a group of people who want to be left alone are always at a immediate built-in disadvantage to people who want to use and exploit power to win. And
independently minded people don't group well.
And that's the problem. So what we're doing is trying to give people a level of whatever level of buy-in they're ready to give. Because we have people that are ready to go in full bore, whole hog. They become Blaze members. They're, given every month. They're, getting involved in every single cause. And we have other people go, yeah, I'll help share stuff here and there. I don't want to give you any money or whatever. We give whatever level of buy-in someone is willing to give. And we're happy to get any bit of help that anyone can give. And what we're also doing is showing we can actually win, but it is going to require us to work together. We are going to have to do that thing that we don't necessarily like to do, which is organizing on political stuff. And not political meaning like electoral politics or campaigns or political parties, but political, the Latin pole meaning people work. Doing the
real
people
politics.
Work. The root of politic, which is people work, like working to organize people around a cause and win on it. And that's what I'm conditioning the public to be more involved in these causes, but I'm also conditioning people that think like us, that more libertarian minded people. We're going to work together and look at the successes we're getting from working together. I'm not going to burn you out on a campaign for president every 4 years and then not talk to you for the next 3 years and then come back 4 years later and say, let's run for president again and get 2%. I'm giving you things that we can win on day after day after day after day after day, and we can do it. And you can see the immediate results of the families that are being reunited, the people whose small businesses aren't being stolen from them, the people whose homes aren't being stolen, their children aren't being stolen, they're not being wrongfully arrested, they're not being threatened with arrest for helping people, they're being respected like individual human beings, which is what we always just wanted.
Have you been able to reach out to any of the J6ers?
I actually just spoke with Steve Baker, who was one of the main journalists who he was covering the January 6th protests. He went in and came out, and he also has been covering the trials and just the absolute horrific abuses they've been doing. Straight up lying and perjuring in court.
Network, he works on the Blaze. Yeah,
he does now.
I've seen so many interviews.
At the time he was an independent journalist. He now works for the Blaze. I actually wrote an op-ed about Steve Baker on Blaze Media. They called it persecution or prosecution or persecution. The case of Steve Baker. I liked my title better, but I guess it wasn't, the editors didn't like it. It was sacrificed on an altar of lies, but maybe that's
well, so you have turned op-eds into the Blaze. Have you talked to Glenn Beck about your cause?
I have not had a chance to make that connection, but I would absolutely love to talk with him about it.
Wow.
I love it. And I would consider a success in on the ground actually changing people's lives would be a bigger success than a political win.
Well, yeah.
I mean, I don't vote anyway.
That's why in my running, when I ran for vice president, first of all, I didn't think I was going to get the nomination, but once I had the nomination, thank you. I only see Facebook user, whoever said sacrifice on an altar of lies is way. Thank you. That's very affirming. Thank you. What's her name?
O'Malley May.
Oh,
She's
thank you very
awesome.
much.
Her name's Mallory, but she goes by O'Malley May on Facebook.
Thank you,
O'Malley Ray.
O'Malley May.
Do, 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 do.
When I ran for vice president, I knew we weren't going to win. I ran like we were running to win. I mean, I was doing.
Yeah, you ran hard. You were on the road.
I was doing like 21-hour days, man. Like
and
I
it's
was
good your
over.
wife went with you. I mean, I imagine that was hard on her too.
She went for a lot of it, and she was a real trooper. But when I did that, I knew we weren't going to win. But what I wanted to do was spread the liberty message. But what I really want to do is help people. I want people to be helped by a message of freedom, because I know that when we operate under more freedom, the more freedom we have, the better our lives are. The more we're respected as individual human beings, the better things are. And so at its core, I want to help people. So if someone comes up to me and says, help, I need help right now, and I go, I can't help you. I got to go run for this office so I can get people to hear the liberty message, so that they can understand that freedom is a good thing, so that we can get more freedom in our lives, so that I can help you.
If I win, it all gets fixed. Yeah.
Yeah. If I win it all, or even just if I get 5%, then we get ballot access, which means then we do blah, 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 and then eventually one day we'll be able to help you. And I'm losing the forest for the trees there. So
not to mention running for an office like that is really hard on your body. I mean, for somebody that's got an MS diagnosis, stress is the worst thing. And being on your feet all the time. I mean, that running for office is no joke. And vice president of a country, you go big or go home, obviously. Obviously.
So I mean, right now, it's kind of been proven our vice president.
By example is pretty exceptional, because that's how you help people.
Well, and that's the thing is I want to help. I realized that was good and had its use. And frankly, I mean, the media connections I have, the reach I have, that helped that. So that was certainly a necessary thing as part of that. But what I've done is I flipped everything around. I now start with helping people. And then I get people to join me in helping those people. And then I get them to join me in continuing to help people. And then while they're doing that, I continue to show them a consistent libertarian message of, you need to be respected. Everyone needs to be respected. Individual human beings. And then from there, we can build the movement. I think for so long we've been saying we need to build up this movement and then we can help people. No, we need to help people, get people to join us, and then make a movement out of that.
And then those people actually put themselves in the races. I'm going to run for this seat because I believe in this message and this cause. But you have actually created popularity to where enough people are like, nope, I want a candidate like that. And I want a candidate that believes this and is actually living by example. I love it. I mean, this is how actual movements organically work, right? And you don't.
It starts at the bottom up. Yeah.
And they're the most sincere. I mean,
they're the
most sincere.
This is how movements that achieve their goal actually work.
Yeah, sometimes
movements
they do,
that start
more
at the
than
top,
you ever expect.
We could name a few. I mean, Black Lives Matter, any of those.
Antifa.
All they did, and there's Republican ones as well. All they do is keep supporting the money they got to stay on top.
Yeah.
But a movement that works, that starts at the bottom, I think those are the success ones.
Well, it makes all the individuals that you're talking about that do have to become a group. You're empowering each one, and it's not about the group. It's about the importance and value and respect of each individual. And together, when they recognize that in each other, it's not like, hey, like Antifa, for example, we'll cover our faces and we won't let people speak at these things and we'll bully and scare them. Well, when BLM came to our county, and I'm taking us into a new segue here, but the gun-loving people that are living in our county, they all showed up with respect and their firearms and stood in front of businesses and said, welcome, BLM, behave yourselves, because they respected themselves. They respected their homes. They respected business. And it was so organic, but man, we didn't have one fight. We didn't have one business burned or.
Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing when people respect themselves. And they expect their neighbor to respect themselves as well. And respect is earned. And
well, the BLM, it was just a protest. I don't know if it was BLM endorsed. But I spoke with the girl that kind of headed it afterwards, and she was a respected BLM, but she wasn't a member of it. But she felt offended that a lot of people showed up at our Liberty Park here. It has a statue of a Vietnam vet in it, and some veterans showed up and stood around the park like, you're not touching our statue, because they had it in their minds that that's what BLM did, is they showed up and broke stuff. And BLM and the media gave them that outlook, because that's what we saw a lot around.
Yeah,
and so she was offended that the people she felt liked her city didn't love her anymore. So she felt abused. But the people, especially these vets that went out and gathered the money to put this statue up
for years.
In a privately owned park. It wasn't, this was a privately owned park, a privately owned statue. And so they stood around and defended it, but they didn't want what they perceived that BLM did. And I do want to say that there's a perception loss on both sides of this.
Yeah.
That's the media will show you what they want you to see.
Well, and I'll tell you, during 2020, I actually went to two BLM protests, to a rally and a protest. The first one was just one that was up the road. It was right after I got the nomination. I didn't even tell anyone I was going. I just went there to observe and see what was happening. And I saw a bunch of people complaining about how they were being treated by police in Myrtle Beach. And I didn't hear anything about all white people are racist or we're going to burn things down or anything. They were literally just there complaining about like the things that they had dealt with in Myrtle Beach. One of the people that spoke was a attorney named Johnny McCoy, who represented a man who was no-knock raided over a nickel bag of weed, and they tried to kill him and then tried to frame him when he didn't die. And it blew up in his face. Long story short, he got a $40 million settlement out of it that the Myrtle Beach taxpayers had to pay for. And he talked about what he has experienced with Myrtle Beach police. And so I walked away from that going, well, that seemed fairly organic, and they were issues oriented. And certainly I'm against qualified immunity and I'm against police brutality. And I thought, okay, that's very interesting. And then I watched as what started, I think, in many cases as an intentional movement to hold bad actors in the police accountable. It turned into a grift by Act Blue to funnel money into Democrat-leaning and left-leaning causes and enrich a handful of people so that they could buy mansions. And that's when you saw it shift from people who showed up with issues-based activism to literal riots in the streets, because that's what gets the most media attention, gets you the big bucks to come out and talk about it. I went to a rally that was actually co-hosted by a libertarian-leaning Black Lives Matter chapter in Virginia and the local Black Panthers and me, the white guy standing in front of them. And we had a protest. They were protesting the new law that had passed in Virginia that criminalized carrying firearms on government property, even though their constitution forbids any prohibitions on exactly that. Like, it literally says they can't do that.
Right.
And so we were at I'm here surrounded by a bunch of armed men, armed Black men and women. And I give my speech about gun rights and about the necessity to be able to defend ourselves against all harm, no matter who it comes from, and how we are the militia and so forth. And we were talking, I mentioned police brutality, and I said, and recently in that same town in Richmond, Virginia, in the capital, they had a protest that ended in some very brutal kettling by the police, tear gas and all sorts of other stuff. That was an unarmed protest. And then so I'm there and I'm surrounded by a bunch of people with rifles and pistols and everything else.
Can I stop you? Is this before or after the protest in Virginia where the girl was hit and killed by a car and Antifa and Black Lives Matter was there?
This would have been after.
Many years later. So that was in 2017, the Charlottesville protest.
Yeah,
that was years before. This was in 2020. And and so I'm talking about police brutality, and I said, matter of fact, I don't even see any police here. There's like about 100 of us with, almost all of us are armed. I didn't have anything on me, but most of us are armed with weapons, and we're standing in between the State House and the Supreme Court, the State Superior Court. and there's no cops here. And so after the rally was over, we start looking around trying to spot the nearest police officer, and we found all the way down at the bottom of the hill, about 4 blocks down, there were a couple cops there just looking, just to make sure everything was okay. And I said, this is the difference between an armed people and an unarmed people.
That's
Is
why
that
Mao took the
no one
guns.
brings tear gas to a gunfight.
Nope. That's why Mao took him. Mao would
That's
not
why
have
Hitler
had the
took
great
him.
leap forward had he not disarmed the populace.
That's a
Yep,
that
he
is
said
a
power is at the barrel of a
ironic
gun.
tyranny playbook.
Yeah.
You know how to be a tyrant is you have to disarm the people.
And now that we've segued into it hard.
Oh my gosh! And you've said the word hog like 3 times.
I know.
And did your radar go up?
Whole hog. And I'm
Whole
like,
hog, and I'm like, I
Yeah.
can't. Okay, can
You
I
know,
just
hog.
share my bias? I follow this kid on Twitter, and I feel like I get dumber every time I read one of his posts. I feel like this is just a kid who got his 15 minutes of fame, and he doesn't even know. I mean, you're debating him, correct?
Yes. So I am on April 10th. I'm going to Dartmouth University, where I will be engaging in
Oh.
a structured debate, not just us, talking back and forth, but like an actual, each
who's
one of us.
hosting it?
It's hosted by the Dartmouth Political Union. The students there are hosting it.
What are
And
you
it
going
is
to do?
a-
Did you see what just happened with Kyle Rittenhouse and how all the people?
Oh, in Memphis.
Yeah,
We'll
I
see.
mean,
They might, we might get
you might
a
have-
angry mob there with me. I don't know, but I will go there and see what happens. But I'm doing a debate with David Hogg about the issue of gun rights versus gun control, and it's going to be a I'm very much looking forward to it. The thing is, a lot of people they'll say with David Hogg, they'll say, oh well, he's just a kid and he's not very smart. Whatever you think about him. He is one of the figureheads of one of the largest and most well-known gun control movements in the country, March for Our Lives. And he now is involved with, and I'm forgetting the name of it, but he's involved with now a left-leaning PAC that helps support liberal or progressive candidates. So, I mean,
which is probably
who better to have this
Blue,
debate
too.
with?
Yeah, no, I
I'm sure
think
they're
it's
through Actville, yeah.
I think it's excellent. It's a hard part. The crazy thing about the gun debate is I feel like the sides are drawn. The people who are anti-gun are already carry no knowledge about firearms
At all. Yeah.
and they're committed into that space. So you have to bring them into knowledge of something they despise. How do you do that? And the people who are pro-gun, even if they're pro-gun with restrictions, it goes by variability of knowledge. I think the more knowledge you have of firearms and how they operate and how they function in safe use, the further into I want as many responsible people armed on every street in the U.S. as I can get. And the further away from that you get, I want more control. I want no guns in the country at all. I want the gun to not have been invented. I want to go back and have the Mongols still ruling China.
Weapon of war.
Whichever way you go. And it's on that knowledge basis.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, I like with what you do with You Are the Power, I'm a major gun advocate. I would love to find a way to do on the ground work to educate people. So I do pistol instruction. I've offered to anyone who comes at me with the gun should be controlled. I'm like, you want to go to the range? Come to the range. I'll provide the
Just help me.
guns and ammo. I will teach you how to use it. I'll show you the proper use, all of that, whatever. And that's where, so it's almost like both sides are arguing into a vacuum.
There's a lot of that. There's a lot of yelling past each other. And what I want to do with this debate, besides just completely debunk and derail.
Well, you're going to make him, I mean, he's going to look stupid except to his believers.
I don't want to try to do that, though. I mean, if I've done my job right, then I've thoroughly debunked gun control while also making it very clear that I recognize that David Hogg didn't wake up one day and say, I want to control everyone and make the government strong and make everyone else. He thinks what he's doing is going to reduce the amount of murder and violence that's happening in this world.
What was the school he was at? Not
No.
San,
the one in Florida, Parkland,
yeah.
Florida.
Parkland.
I'm forgetting the name of the school, but it was the one in Parkland.
But you know
Florida.
what you're saying, and this is something that my daughter's in debate right now, and she had a debate, and I said to her, listen, when you are debating someone and you do it with respect, it's like you just said about this whole movement you're making. You treat them with respect. They may come at you with name calling or whatever, but the second they do, they've lost the argument.
They've lost
because
the debate.
the people are watching, the people are observing, and people will shut off the name calling and all that. They're like, no, I'm done. The person who stands on their topic with facts, with passion, and with respect is usually the person that gets the winning argument. And it's natural as humans. We want to trust the argument. If you can stand up for it and you can do so by respecting him, you're leading by example. And who knows, you may change his mind. And I want to say this, there's a funny meme. You say you're a meme guy, but did you see the meme when Obama, first president to sell out, the AR-15, sold more guns than anyone in history.
Oh yeah, greatest gun salesman ever. Yeah.
Yeah, and then there's David Hogg, and he's like, "Hold my beer."
Yeah.
And that same thing. But I don't ever want to discount, the children, because he grew up. He's a man, and he may not know, the powers that be that are pushing him forward, or the people funding him, or the groups that are probably making money off of him. He may not really understand it all, but what you do know is he believes in it. That I don't question.
100%. Yeah. And the point is, maybe I'll plant some seeds and he'll be more agreeable to understanding where we come from on this. Interestingly enough, he's actually, he claims he's not fully anti-gun, even though March for Our Lives pushes for things like mandatory gun buybacks and things like that. He actually has been involved in shooting clubs. There's a lot more nuance to David Hogg than I think a lot of people realize. It's a very interesting thing. But
people have challenged him before and said, "Have you ever shot a gun?" And I saw before, he's like, "I'm willing to go. It's not going to change my mind." But I think it actually did.
Well, he went through.
It may have, because he actually does do some shooting. Yeah.
He went through a traumatic experience. Now, a lot of people say, "Well, he wasn't even there that day," but even a shooting at your school would be traumatic. Just to know that happened in your school, that dirtbag walked through the school, injuring people.
That you go through as well. Yeah. That he could have been there. Yeah.
The whole town was affected,
and a lot of
just the kids. Like that was a really traumatic experience.
A lot of and a lot of kids actually went anti-gun after that. He's the one that he's very articulate, and he's not dumb. So he's the one that was able to kind of carry it further. He kind of became
he was right place, right time too.
Poster boy for it.
Right place, right time. Yeah. Or wrong place, right time, or whatever. But he was there. He saw what he believes is a need for something, and he pushed forward. I respect that part of it. Obviously what he's pushing for makes things worse. And that's what I'm going to talk about, is that your desire for something to work does not mean it works. And if presented with evidence that, for example, relying on no gun zones leads to more mass shootings, because nearly every mass shooting that's ever happened has happened on a so-called no gun zone, then we need to abandon no gun zones. We need to say instead, the schools that have signs saying staff are armed and ready to defend their children are not getting the shootings. It's the ones that say, no guns allowed. They might as well put another sign here that says no mass shootings allowed. It is going to be just as effective, because if you've decided you want a massive body count and you don't care if you die, you also don't care if you violated a bylaw that says that you can't carry a gun on campus. And that every reasonable and law-abiding person there probably isn't armed. And it's a fish in a barrel zone.
Can I give a second to call out the great state of Utah? I'm about to have Texas eat its heart. The great state of Utah is there's only one school in the state of Utah you can't carry a gun. And that's BYU.
Well, they're private.
Yep.
So all the state funded
Utah,
schools.
you are allowed to. I have I don't know how much fun the principals of my nieces and nephews are going to like hearing this today, but every time I go watch a sporting event where one of my nieces or nephews are involved, I have a sidearm on me, and you are allowed to in the great state of Utah. So right now, that sound you hear is Texas eating its heart out.
Well,
we had it first.
South Carolina recently passed, and it took decades. We had the worst gun laws in the Southeast, and it wasn't even close. We had the worst, most restrictive, hardest to get a like just terrible, terrible. We now have constitutional carry, open or concealed, without a permit. There are a couple weird things in the law that we hope we can get rid of over time. Like they still have voluntary permits you can get, which are free. That's fine. But then they say if you commit a crime and don't have a permit, you get punished harder than if you have a permit. But you don't need a permit to own the firearm. So basically, it's like a crime permit. It's like I'm about to commit a crime, but I don't want to get as much punishment, so I'm going to get this permit first. Which means the police are going to be profiling anyone that gets a permit because you don't need it. And the only reason you would get less punishment in court. So that's kind of a weird
like an
thing.
armed burglary registry.
It's the weirdest, like it's just a weird thing. But so there's that, and then there's a couple little odd things that are just kind of dumb. But for the most part, so we now have like a really based gun law situation here where
awesome.
open and concealed carry without a permit.
We have constitutional carry too, and that's actually pretty new under our governor when he was first elected. The one thing you have
he didn't want to do it. Our state
the one argument that I think is
it.
important is, again, we go back to history. You have history on your side, and we need to count on the fact that David Hogg understands history and what unarming people or restricting people does and can do to their lives. Because you may not want to own a firearm, but if it hits the fan, you want your neighbor to have one. You want your neighbor to protect you and your family. You still value that what it is a tool. This is a tool that can be the one thing that keeps you from having an invasion in your country, or an invasion in your home, or your body being violated in a dark parking lot. I mean, this is a tool that levels the playing field, and you have history on your side, and you have statistics on your side. And I am excited. I can't wait. I think we should have a watch party. How do we host a watch party? Do we just do it on our page and tune in, or?
Yeah, you absolutely can. So if you go to spikecohen.com/gun debate, that's the site that's up right now. Once they're going to have a scheduled, like an already pre-scheduled stream that you can follow, so that when it goes live, we will have that once it's available. If you want to register to attend, unfortunately, we sold out within a day of me putting it up. So I think it's going to be a bunch supporters there, but
awesome.
But we will have that stream there. I know the Libertarian Party of Utah, they're having a watch party. We're encouraging people to do watch parties. Like, the stream will be free and available, live stream on their YouTube channel, on the Dartmouth Political Union channel there. And we will have the stream once it's available for people to, because when you can pre-schedule when you're doing like a YouTube stream, you can pre-schedule it. And so that people can go to that link and they can press the button to notify them when it's about to go live and all of that. So we're going to do that. But yeah, if you want to set up a watch party, please do. Like, I want to have as many eyes on this as possible. I want people to see that we can dismantle the gun argument and the gun control argument on their terms, because my main focus on this, I'm going to talk about natural rights and the Constitution and the militia and fighting against tyranny. My main focus is going to be on what their concern is, which is public safety, reduction of murders and violence, and general feeling of safety in your community. And I'm going to explain how we have the data that shows in detail that when you restrict peaceful and law-abiding people from owning firearms, you do two things. You turn a bunch of peaceful people into criminals, and you make it so that only the violent criminals and the government have guns. Well, those are the people most likely to use them against you. So
and look at Chicago, look at DC, look at New Orleans. I mean, the most stringent gun laws in this country are the most terrifying cities to be in.
100%.
And you can't be armed and not be a criminal. You have to be a criminal if you're carrying a firearm. And that's just insane. And these inalienable rights that were given to us as protection, and no, the founders could have never known the type of firearms we would have one day. But even they fought a revolution with illegal guns because freedom is that important.
Well, they didn't know about the internet either, but the First Amendment.
Exactly. They didn't know about a lot of things, but the thing is, these were some of the geniuses of their time. They knew that technology was going to progress. They didn't make it. They future-proofed. They even used the term arms because they wanted to make it clear it wasn't just about the type of guns of their time. Right. It was about any offensive tool, like any tool whose purpose is to fight, is to be used in fighting. And so it means everything. It means knives and everything else. And one day when we have laser weapons and everything else, it'll mean that too. And so I do believe that they future-proofed it. What sucks now, guys, is that it used to be that you could say, well, listen, if the Second Amendment doesn't apply to guns, to modern rifles, well, then the First Amendment doesn't apply to the internet. But they agree with you now. They're like, no, we should be limiting people's speech as well. It's a very dangerous assault speech. So you can't really use that with this.
I've always said to people, like in that First Amendment, I'm like, you know what? How about this? How about if you want to publish anything on the internet whatsoever, you have to get a license.
Well, they'll do it. They'll do it in a heartbeat.
Okay. That's the problem.
From the license.
They okay with that.
Okay, you got to
keyboard warriors. Oh no, they're not going to.
Okay,
but if you want to be in media, you have to be licensed
Spike,
before
we
you
need
can
to lean
speak.
into the Third Amendment now. That's our new argument.
They're coming to your house.
You're going to live in your house. You're going to be hosting. You're going to be hosting a dirty specialist in the Army. Enjoy. That's where we got to go now because they want to do it. Yeah. They want to do away with the first. Have you seen the study that the Ohio Attorney General had put together after Ohio went to constitutional carry?
No, but I've looked at a few different states' data, and they're in every state, the violent crime rates across the board have dropped significantly.
Yeah, I put it up right now. The Center for Justice Research in Ohio. This guy, he's one of my new personal heroes, but he had a study commissioned and he had a college, a very liberal college, do the study, and they come out with the numbers.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, there's just more every time you, I should say, every time you liberalize in the
traditional sense,
in the traditional vernacular, liberalize humans, allow them more individual liberty, freedoms go up and safety goes up every time.
It's about that individual spirit.
Cities are more restrictive on life.
Individual human beings,
Yeah, cities are more restrictive on life, and they're the lowest trust.
Oh, and I'm glad you brought that up. So there's been a lot of talk recently about high trust societies, and I'm glad because we so often get caught up in like the rules. And so we'll say like, well, in this state or this city, the rules are like this, and this is what's happening as a result, or the rules in this city are this way, and this is what, and they're missing out on the fact that, like, for example, in Japan, they have very restrictive rules in many cases on weird things that we wouldn't even consider, and then no restrictions on other things that we would usually have very restricted. The Japanese culture is a high trust culture. It is one in which Japanese people recognize that, I mean, they literally will schedule international sporting events so that the Japanese team plays last because they know the Japanese fans will come in and clean up the stadium because it's part of their culture that, like, if you're sitting somewhere and it's dirty, you have to tidy it up and
it's like
clean
manners.
it up. You wouldn't.
It's discipline.
It's manners and discipline.
It's not laws, it's culture.
And when we talk about high trust, but we never say what the trust is in, I believe that trust is an unspoken trust that each individual person is being respected and held accountable as an individual human being. If you are sitting here, you are not just some political abstraction. You're a person. You're surrounded by filth. And so you should clean it up and help the other people that would also have to sit there, the other individual people who will eventually be in your situation of sitting here. And so it is so pervasive in their society that it basically becomes like an honor-based system, but it's honoring each other as individual human beings. And so I think that when we talk about high trust and low trust societies, if you boil it down, what it really is it's that people are not respecting each other in a low trust society, in a high crime society, in an unstable society.
I mean, the Communist Manifesto, makes you a collective, and that means you're not worthy, you're not important, and it's by design. And that's where
you're a part in a machine.
Yeah. And that machine only works if all of us comply and all of us go down. And the government is the daddy and the master, and we're all working for that. And none of us are individuals. And
they take high personal responsibility. Also, Japan, I'm not saying anything right now. I'm just saying Japan seems to be very notorious for public officials getting killed. I wonder if that correlates.
Yeah. Well,
they just had one murdered, 2.5 years ago?
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
And they had one murdered. I mean, this is their prime minister. They had one, I want to say like 6 years before that.
We had a president killed.
But they do it all the time. They do it like every decade.
Well, eventually you
the
turn
Japanese
into Russia and you just don't run against anybody. Let the guy win.
But I'm not saying that's anything. But no, they take a lot of personal responsibility, and it starts in their house and in their schools. Their elementary schools, the kids clean it. They don't hire a janitor.
Yep.
The kids clean their schools every day. Every day.
This is a society, though, where honor is everything. And this is a society where they'll have shame and they'll kill themselves because they bring shame to their family. It's horrendous.
Social shaming is how we were able to enforce the cultural mores that allowed our ancestors to survive and thrive under much worse conditions. And then at some point, we replaced that, or have been slowly replacing that, with the government. Well, two things happen there. Number one, what happens is that you now have this authoritarian daddy and nanny state telling you how to live your life. But the other thing that happens is if we've outsourced that responsibility to this central planning committee, we can act however we want to. We can
as long as you can get away with it.
As long as you can get away with it. But we now, things that aren't criminal but are ill-advised, we do it anyway. We get fat. We treat each other like crap. We don't respect our own bodies. We engage in hedonistic lifestyles. And do you have a right to do that? Absolutely. But it's ill-advised. And because it's being subsidized and underwritten when you make poor life choices that lead you not to be able to take care of yourself, and if you do something that steps out of line, they'll just punish you and throw you in jail where you absolutely have your needs taken care of, 3 hots in a cot.
True.
All personal responsibility goes away, and that individualism of individual human beings starts to erode, and then so too does the trust in that the
culture with it.
Cultural trust erode, and then everything else erodes as a result of that. So it's happening on both sides.
Your children are not getting it from school. You see the erosion in all the government entities. And so your only hope is to keep it home. But then you can't watch television or that erosion happens. If you're listening to music, erosion happens. It's like even in churches now, you see erosion because people forget that value of life. They forget the value of a culture that respects each other. They forget that. And it's all about me, me, me. They're not thinking of what comes after me and how hard you work to get what it is you're going for, because it's a personal goal and it's a cultural expectation. I mean, in Japan, that honor thing, they expect young kids to have the discipline to do hours and hours and hours of school because they have to make their family proud. But not only that, they plan to take care of their parents up until their death. They're not putting them in rest homes and all of that. It's about that culture, and it's slowly rotting. And you're seeing it, and it's rotted in America. It's rotted in Western states. It's all part of that. And then there's a group that seizes and jumps on, hones in on that rot.
Yeah. If you do
And
not,
we are blind to that group until it's already on top of us.
if we do not hold ourselves accountable, then the people will cry out for a strong man to do it for us. And that will be much worse for everyone. Unfortunately, I do have to start heading over to another interview, but I want to thank you guys for having me on.
This was
I'd like
fun.
to thank all of you for hearing what we have to say about this. If anyone wants to be involved with helping us fight for that individual human respect and helping people who need our help now to get the respect they deserve and reunite their families and all of that, go to youarethepower.net. Right now, our biggest cause we're working on is to fight to get Governor Brian Kemp to agree to a sit down to meet with us and meet with these families and talk about what needs to change in their DFAC system. So if you go to youarethepower.net/GA for Georgia, you can go there and get all the information on how to do that. And again, thank you guys so much for having me on.
We're going to put a hot link for youarethepower.net in the show notes. Just click
Thank
it.
you, guys.
Take you right
Is
there.
Brian Kemp up for re-election?
He's
now?
term limited. He's term limited, but he's a father of 3. And I'd like to think that when he considers what this would have been like if when his daughters were
Right.
young, that we can get him on board. So we
Well,
Either
you
way,
might
we-
get him on board if this is a
we
legacy
need to-
option. This
we
could be
need to
something
get
to
the
seal
federal-
legacy.
We don't want the federal government dealing with family affairs. We don't even want a state government. We want
exactly.
local judicial systems dealing with that. Something that really can hold it accountable if there's wrong being done, but can see what's really happening. You don't want to have miles of bureaucracy. And also, remember on the 10th, he's having the debate. It's at 7 p.m. Eastern time. So that'll be.
5
SpikeCohen.com/gun debate.
Yes.
And that has all
And
the
there's going to be there's going to be a hot link for that as well.
We'll
And
post it.
we're going to also figure out, Jared's got to learn the internet and stuff. I'm going to try to do, so we do a live watch party. I'm really interested to watch this debate. You're
awesome.
going to stomp him. I'm hoping that you can get through to some of the people that are, in the gray area wondering, because I do believe, I'm with you. I think that we need to have a society of independent people to remain free.
Well, and I'm going to reach out to
absolutely.
Glenn Beck and Pat Gray from the Blaze and see if there's any way they can at least get you on their radar.
That would be incredible. We'd love to sit down and talk with them.
I've only met them a couple of times. I'm nobody, but I think if more people do, and O'Malley May likes
Jesse
Kelly, and I don't know if you listen to Jesse Kelly, but these podcasters that have a great following, I think you're a great interview.
And
this
you
was
also-
a lot of fun.
You also have
Thank
a pod. Do you still do your podcast?
No, I don't do my podcast
Oh,
anymore. They keep
man.
me pretty busy with this stuff now.
That's
but
too bad.
I
Well,
really appreciate it. I would
Get
love to
outta
follow
here.
up
Yeah.
with those. I do have to get out of here. Thank you guys.
Yeah,
Thank
have
you
a
guys
good one.
everyone
Thank
for
you.
tuning in. I talk with you soon. Thank you.
Excellent.
All right, everyone. That was Spike Cohen. Sorry we didn't do any call-ins there. Didn't
actually
spend
went
as much
longer
time
than we
on
expected.
guns as I would have thought I would have, but we did spend a lot of time on liberty, and I love his message that liberty, to me, libertarianism is freedom through responsible actions, freedom through living responsibly, and he is doing that.
So I wanted to talk about a subject that has been coming up a lot. And I mean, I loved that interview, but then
Mhm.
I'm thinking about being a gun
Yeah.
owner and a homeowner and how you brought up the Third Amendment and just wait, we're going to have soldiers live in your home. Have you seen the squatters across this nation?
That seems to be a big talking point. That's been going on for a long time.
It's been going on a long time, but now it's intensified,
Yeah.
especially in cities
I don't think
where there's a lot of immigrants, because immigrants know these laws exist. They know.
I don't know if it's intensified or if it's
Well, what I'm seeing it
or
is-
if it's that the media is shining a spotlight on it.
I'm not seeing it in the media. I'm seeing it posts on
Yeah,
people's.
that's
One girl got
that's
on
the
and
media.
said, my parents' best friends went out of town for 2 weeks on vacation. When
Yeah.
they came back,
Someone moved
there
in.
were 6 families living in their home. I mean, they went on vacation, and I believe this is in California. They couldn't even go. I mean, now you have to hire a house sitter, and you have to make sure. I'm sorry, you've got to make sure. One person goes, well, I have an answer. It's called the Castle Doctrine. And another person said, stand your ground. Well, they're using the civil law against you. And one woman was arrested.
The rough part is the squatter would be able to use the Castle Doctrine against you.
Because they can show residency if their stuff is
It's
in
a
there.
lack of property rights.
It's 3 days, folks. In Utah, a person gains residency in your home if they're there for 3 days.
Now, granted, Utah's easier to get them removed.
You still got to evict them.
But it still is a costly, you have to spend money to do it. It's everyone says it's cheaper. My family owns apartments and eviction processes aren't easy. I like Dave says libertarians, or Dave says it's hard to separate conservatives and libertarians sometimes. And there's big philosophical debate about that. Here's the interesting thing. Libertarians traditionally from their onset in the 60s have always flocked and supported the weaker, I don't want to say party, but the weaker side. Murray Rothbard had meetings with, and this is going to shock a lot of people, the communists who were anti-war, because Murray Rothbard wanted to support the anti-war movement. When I say anti-war, I mean Vietnam.
Who's Murray Rothbard?
The guy who started the Libertarian Party.
Okay. Learn something every day.
And so now the libertarians flock towards the conservatives because the conservatives are the
I think they're the closest thing to.
No, it's because they're the weaker side.
Liberty.
Because the strong side always restricts. And so the libertarians who want liberty, their natural reaction is to stop restriction. So they move to the weaker side to stop the restriction. Just like libertarians were with the kids at Berkeley marching for free speech in the 60s.
Right. Well, so were a lot of conservatives now. Because that's
conservatives now would have been.
Yeah.
Conservatives then were not.
I think conservatives though are the closest thing, and this is how I've rationalized. Like I said, I would be in the Libertarian Party because I think more liberty is better. But the Republican platform and what it says to me matches something as closely as
100%.
Libertarian. Because again, how do I trust society to literally be disciplined and accept liberty in the state we're in?
Yeah, 100%.
There's chaos, and there's such a fine line that you give somebody the liberty to do to themselves what they want. But keep in mind, how they treat their bodies affects the rest of us. If we're paying for healthcare or all these little things, you've got to go all in with libertarians. And I've been to a few meetings, and they don't get past the legalized drug argument. I mean, they want to legalize methamphetamine.
A lot of times they do not. You are correct.
And I'm just like,
and I am not a libertarian.
Throw me a frisbee, bro.
I am an independent. I am that hopeful anarchist who keeps checking shopping cart corrals.
Who?
I don't know. So conservatives now back up fascists. They don't understand conservatism, libertarianism. They're basically the dudes who voted. I would like to. I would like someone. I know. I would like him to explain to me fascism. What is fascism?
And use your real name.
I am not a Trump supporter, but if you study fascism, he doesn't fit in Mussolini's.
It's kind of the
Hitler's
opposite.
or anyone's. Now, someone sending the Justice Department after
a political opponent.
After not even after people who speak out at school board meetings, you're getting a little closer with that one.
Or when you said federal marshals to actually follow around anyone that was in the DC area in January.
Trump doesn't want.
That's fascism.
He doesn't want voting. He wants to be Putin. No, that's not fascism.
I think you need to look at the definition.
Fascism is an actual political theory drawn up by Mussolini in the 30s. And
this is keyboard warriors for you.
I know, but that's okay. Keep watching.
Yeah, please.
You know what?
Keep watching and
little
keep
by
sharing your
little,
ideas.
little by little, you educate me, and
Facebook
I will
folks,
educate you.
They don't see these comments.
I don't know. This is from.
So from what looks like
I
a
can show the
made
quotes right there.
name. We'll share with you guys so you can see that conservatives now back fascists. They don't understand conservatism, libertarianism, or Republican democracy. They basically the dudes who voted for Hitler and undo ideals. Trump doesn't want voting. He wants to be Putin.
I'll tell you,
That's fascism.
here's the scary thing. If we
That's
keep economically heading the way we're heading, that's when you get a guy like Hitler.
Absolutely.
Is when you have a crash, because that's
Hitler
what
took
that's
over
what gave.
a broken country
Yep.
that was poor and it had lost wars.
Ooh, but
and it was hurting, and he took advantage of people. Trump showed America what actual open markets, free markets, and
the other scary thing that led Hitler in was having the open the communists openly rioting in the streets. That's the other thing that brought him in there.
Do we believe in the ability to vote? I not only believe in it, I base most of my life on ensuring everybody can.
Trump could have led a violent revolution if he wanted to, but he did not. That was from David Weiss. Look, I'm not a Trump supporter. I just think that when you lay out rhetoric that doesn't have a strong foundation I'm not saying you're being dishonest. I'm saying you're disillusioned, but not dishonest. But I think if you don't have a strong foundation that can't be concretely proven, you destroy your message you're trying to put out.
Trump tried to invalidate your ability to vote. He failed, but you don't condemn him. That's anti-American.
Whose vote did he try to invalidate? Anyways, I don't want to get into this bickering contest because there's no
intellectual debate
and this
here.
person honestly believes what they're saying, and that's fine. That's
But
a person who has
ill-informed.
yes, they're ill-informed. Okay.
That's okay. You can be ill-informed.
But yeah, so I saw stuff about that squatters that started popping up in the crazy areas of the internet that I ventured into.
I saw it like a few months ago.
Talking.
Oh no, years ago. The veteran who
You're
lost his home
welcome
in Florida.
You're welcome for the convo, and I'd gladly have you on. And heck, we'd invite you on live to have the conversation. I enjoy a good conversation. I hope that you look into it. You don't have to support Trump, but I just believe in being factually correct. But anyway, so the squatter stuff, I started seeing it years and years ago, probably 10 years ago.
I saw a veteran in Florida that had lost his home to a squatter, and he appealed to the media who came out, and it was the media attention that actually got the government to come out, and an attorney finally said, look, I'll help you. We'll evict him. And even then it was 6 months process. And that whole time, this guy's about to lose his house because he can't afford the mortgage. And you couldn't shut the energy off or the water.
Crazy.
You can't do anything.
Depending
like
on
that,
the state.
You are a landlord.
Depending on the state, I think in Oregon, all they've got to do is get one of the utilities in their name, and then boom, there they are.
Oh, that's all. I mean,
that's insane.
Guys, this is America. How can you?
Well, it's a loss of property rights.
Somebody's house.
Property rights
and the
are.
Government will side with the thief. This is how backwards.
Property rights are the linchpin to our country.
Yes,
the linchpin to our freedom.
The violation of NAP. This is the problem. This woman went to jail because
is it a violation?
She had some big guys come in and throw them out.
Dave is asking a political theory question.
Just a second. She asked to throw them out. So as soon as they were gone, she changed the locks. The police arrested her.
That's not what he's asking.
And now there are guys who have created a business where they're thugs. They'll go in and break doors down, take doors off, and drag these guys out. Now, if someone shot them because of it,
they're a third party. There's also lawyers that are specializing in this. Like they'll find a family member that you'll write a lease to your home to, so that they'll go there and treat the squatters like they're the homeowner, it's insane. But Dave's asking,
There's a lot of business opportunities.
Dave is asking, is it a violation of the non-aggression principle to use violence to recapture your home? That is a tough one. My heart of hearts say, no, it is not. But oh man,
They're
that
using
is
laws against you.
that is a tough one. Well, he's not asking law, is it legal? He's asking in a political theory sense, is it a violation of the non-aggression principle to use violence to recapture your home? And I would honestly, like, just gut feeling, I'd say, no, it's not. But I would want someone who's way more versed in the political theory to answer that one. That one is tough. If anyone out there is listening who is well versed in the non-aggression principle, because I would consider them taking your home an aggression. But man, that is a tough one. Good question, Dave. Man, you're throwing me for a loop with that one. I'll be chewing on that for months.
The thing is, though, it's not your home, is it? At the end of the day,
No, it's the government's.
if somebody can walk in,
Here's-
stake their flag, and make you pay for it, what the hell is the matter with us? That there are laws in place that protect people who do this. I think this should absolutely be at the forefront now in legislators, because it's their laws that have created this perfect storm. I mean, I've had a roommate before that wasn't officially, it was a person who spent the night at my house for a few days and then stole from me. And when I called the police, because this person refused to leave, police are like, this is a civil issue.
Oof.
It's a civil issue. They gotta stay there. You could file a restraining order. That'll take you 6 months. And I've just tried to do that. And that was
that worked out well.
That was ridiculous.
She even got violent with the police and they didn't care.
They didn't care.
Here's a question. So let's say you got a mortgage, someone steals your house, you quit paying the mortgage.
You lose it.
And then you lose the house, you get the credit hit. Can you go to your mortgage company and say, no, I had to quit paying it?
They don't care.
Do they? I would almost be okay with it if you could pass that hit off to the government who enables this.
Yeah, that would.
Like if you could pass it off and say, look, I took this hit. So the government
didn't help.
Obviously don't get a credit score from that mortgage company. But if you lose your house like that, you also have to pay to recuperate whatever difference in loss between the sale of the house and the value
those squatters
left.
are not taking care of that home.
No, they're not. They usually wreck them. There's one guy, his last name is Kim, up in
I saw
Oregon. That guy, that stuff, I know they're just showing it now, but I saw stories about that guy like 5 years ago.
The homeowner
He's been doing this forever.
It's like they're in their last
I know.
This guy, Kim, I think he's in grave danger, because eventually people are going to stop playing by the rules and they are going to aggressively take their house back.
The government
and a society around them.
The government's going to lose a
help
populace like this. The government is going to lose this populace. If they keep emboldening abusers and like
They're glorifying criminals.
The guys who get out on bail reform and then kill someone within hours of getting out. Eventually, the populace. I mean, right now,
vigilantism is going to come.
It's going to pop up, and the people's just going to quit caring about the government. And what happens? The government. The best way I can put this is: a government is a fiction we all agree with. And what happens the minute? What happens the minute we disagree with the government? What happens the minute that the police are no longer respected in your town?
I don't ever want to find out.
I don't either.
Hey, have you seen the film that's coming out, trailer for Civil War?
Yeah, we're going to have to.
Well, we got time.
We're going to have to watch that.
Let's play it.
Oh, yeah, it's coming out next month. But I'm saying we're going to have to watch that and talk about it on the show for sure.
In theaters, or is it going to be streamed?
I'm not sure. I think
it's going to be in theaters.
I think it was going to be in theaters.
Sorry to do this little twist, but it just made me think about the vigilantism and then what happened, the fiction, the government is a fiction. This is all very, very philosophical
Should we
because
see if we get hit
we
for this?
talk
Let's
about
see.
the government and
We'll do it from
it is an
A24.
it's an entity. It's not a one person. It's a series of people.
Let me get this up and playing so that I wonder if we still, yeah, I think when we do it this way, we get sound through it, right? I hope so.
Okay,
I'll do-
guys, will you give us a thumbs up on the chat if you can hear this?
I'll be able to tell.
Can y'all hear it?
Someone's trying to kill us. We are trying to kill them.
No, not really well.
That's
We'll have
whistles
to.
is so creepy.
We'll have to.
There's something so creepy
it
about a
plays a little
person
bit.
who whistles and
Did you-
around you. Is it just me? Is that a
Did you see how
psychological thing?
Did you see how the sniper had?
Citizens of America.
Let's see how this.
Florida
I got it turned up.
Texas, California.
Yeah, it's a little louder. It looks pretty wild though.
What side are you fighting for? Someone's trying to kill us.
The snipers
Trying to kill them.
got crazy painted
Can
fingernails.
they hear it? Creepy.
Yeah, I had to crank that way up.
Okay, but can people hear it?
Yes.
Okay, so you're gonna pause it for a
Yes.
second, and then we're gonna play the rest of it. Because right?
Yeah, but it makes us all scratchy.
Okay.
Makes us all scratchy. Couldn't hear it there. It makes our voices
Well, let's
clippy.
just quietly watch it, and then we
Okay.
don't talk after.
All right. So we'll play it again. Third time's a charm.
Well, there, just play it from where you paused it.
I actually want to show the sniper's fingernails again.
Someone's trying to kill us. We are trying to kill them.
Oh, yeah, that looks.
I saw a different trailer for that.
There's
that
a
was better.
handful, but the reason I'm playing this one is because we won't get a strike for it. Because it's their ad trailer.
Oh.
Yeah, the sound doesn't. I still haven't figured out the sound all that well. For some reason, it's not. The sound off videos isn't porting through right. So we've tried a couple of things. We've tried putting headphones on microphone.
Do you want to know? Okay, with the
I just
trailer
need more
I
duct
watched,
tape.
they talk about this. The 19 states have seceded, and they talk about the Texas-California coalition. And I was like, wow. And then I was wondering, well, who's the bad guy supposed to be in this movie? Is it the people who secede, or is it the fact that there's military strikes happening on American soil? And I mean, I'm intrigued, but I'm wondering who the bad guy is.
How crazy would it be if they did it neutral so that each side oversteps because of whatever? Because the only way I could see California and Texas grouping up is if they feel the government is overstepping on a whole.
Yeah, like on their economies and
Something like that. And so I don't know. It'll be interesting to watch. I hope they do it neutrally. I hope they don't take one partisan side. I would like.
I would like to explore the thought. Yeah.
An honest reckoning laid out there. Not just that there's some evil bad guy and he's twirling his mustache, but we'll see. Dave says he's looking forward to it.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it as well.
And I haven't been in a theater in a long time, but this will drag me back.
I haven't been in a theater in probably 6 years. No, the last time I went to a theater was when I went and watched that Tim Ballard movie.
Oh, Sound of Freedom.
Yeah, I went and saw that. Before that, the last time I was in a theater had to have been like the third Batman or something like that. I don't know. I don't care for movie theaters much, but
hey, they just did a study.
Maybe you and I should go and sit in a movie theater and with a bowl of popcorn.
They just did a study on they polled 1,000 people. So I don't know how much of a study that is for the whole United States, but I think that 80% prefer watching their movies at home.
Yeah. Oh,
which
yeah.
is like, I mean, you kind of know that.
Well, you can hit pause.
If you have a movie theater in your home, like a lot of people do, I mean, I do, that's specifically for movie watching, because it's one of my husband and I's favorite things to do is watch movies. And there's new big screen technology that's not very expensive, and you can have the treats you want and not pay. But my husband loves to go to a movie theater.
I don't know. I love
to stay home.
I love sitting in people boogers and popcorn all over the floor. That just
sticky floors. I mean, even I like the theaters that have like the recliners. I like that.
When you go in and sit.
Sometimes the people I'm with fall asleep because they're so comfortable.
Isn't that the worst when you go in and sit down and you're like, oh, this one's sticky. You get a sticky chair.
Dude,
especially in the theaters. Like when we went and saw that Sound of Freedom, we got those reclining chairs. We got the nice
that's the only way to go.
Middle, and you like the assigned chairs, and your assigned chair has someone's Dr. Pepper spilled all over it from the last showing. It's awful.
And I'm a mom, and I would take my kids to the movies for fun because I stayed home with them. I didn't put them like in preschool or anything. I would take them to go see movies. But as a mom, I know kids are annoying and they're not going to sit still. So I would take them for the afternoon, middle of the week type movies.
Like the matinee.
Yeah. And then nothing pissed me off more on date night with the husband, where we're seeing a blockbuster and there's a 3-year-old behind me kicking my chair.
Or just
screaming. And I'm just sitting there going, "Urgh." And I don't like to judge parents, but there's culture politeness.
Yeah.
And
or someone next to you takes the call right at the right at the layout of the plot or something. Yeah. No, I don't like them for multiple reasons.
It's nice to do it at home.
I'm not an agoraphobic, but I don't like big crowds. I don't enjoy going to big crowds. Like when I go to the
hypersensitive of your surroundings, and it's exhausting, I'm sure.
Could be. I don't know. I just don't enjoy it. When I go to the convention, it's gonna be fun. I have to prepare myself for that every time. But I just don't like. Katie likes to go to Costco. Oh.
I too love Costco, but I don't like to drive out to Costco. But when I'm there, I'm having a great time.
It's all the people.
Do you know what I hate about Costco? It's so stupid.
It's too many people. I don't like Walmart.
Their carts, they're super nice carts, right?
Yeah, they're 3/4 ton carts.
Cement floor. They create friction. You get shocked. I get shocked by my cart so often that I'm like, what the hell's happening? I thought it was me. And the manager, I'm like, is there something going on? He goes, oh yeah, the cement and the
They do.
tires,
It's,
they
you know what it
generate
is?
friction.
It's those black wheels.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, it's like a zap.
You
You don't let go of
have
it.
you ever seen forklifts or those scissor lifts that have white wheels on them?
Thanks, David. An
Those,
emoji for my experience.
those white wheels are to stop shocks. They need to put those on there. And also, if you look under them, if you ever, I don't know why any of you would look underneath medium-sized equipment, you'll see a little white strap that hangs out. It looks like a piece of cloth. You're like, who forgot that there? That is a grounding cloth. It's to send the
shock to the
the
ground.
shock back into the ground so it doesn't build up static.
I love Costco, and I have family members that live and die by Costco. Like, they love it. And they said, oh, you like the Costco store? Go look on Costco's website. You can buy a casket from Costco. I'm not kidding. Having to have purchased a casket in the last so many years, I was like,
Was it a good
What's
price?
this? well, I didn't buy it from them, but
Do they ship it to your
they
house?
ship
and-
it to your house
then
if
you
you
just
want
sit
it,
and
or
wait
to a
on it?
funeral home. And I'm just like, they sell everything at Costco.
Did you ever watch on Netflix Idiot Abroad?
Oh, you know what? I think maybe. Remind me.
There was that Ricky Gervais's friend, and they'd send him places because he was kind of a homegrown British guy, and he didn't want to go anywhere, and they sent him to China. And
Oh, I didn't see that,
he
but
goes.
I've seen the title.
You need to watch it because it's a good show. He goes to China and he goes to like this rural town and lives with this rural family. And
Is it like reality TV
Yeah.
or produced?
and the guy's like whittling his own cough, and he's like, "This is the weirdest thing ever."
That's so funny.
It's a good show. It's a reality thing. I don't watch a lot of stuff,
Okay,
but that I'd suggest.
We have to. So I don't want
Yes.
to dismiss it, but my husband said, "Hey, have you been paying attention to what's happening with the eclipse?"
Okay.
And I was like,
End of the world times.
Don't worry about it. This sounds like Y2K. But the more on social media now, you guys tune in because my brother's in Texas, and what they've said is there's an alert in Texas on April 8th that it's not. I mean, they've got stock trucks
This is a
because they're going to have
biblical
no
thing
power
too.
for 4 minutes during the eclipse because they're on solar. But not only that, you guys, millions of people are traveling to these areas to see this eclipse for themselves. And they're saying, watch out for traffic. People are going to be pulling over on the side of the road. And you also get to see the Devil Comet during this same time, which is a comet that looks like it has horns. And now, I mean, Doomsday. They're talking about having food
This
supplies.
eclipse-
You guys have a food supply.
the public, what do you call them? The public FEMA is telling you for
Yeah.
this eclipse to make sure you. Oh,
FEMA has sent out not only flyers,
yeah.
they're sending all kinds of
Where
notices
you at,
through
Mallory?
media, and they're saying make sure you have a food supply and water, medicine, guys. Jace case.
Yeah, Mallory says Jared is wondering what I might say regarding. Mallory has been talking to me about the eclipse since what, January? Because she's on it. Mallory's on it. She's got the Bible studied, and
But she's not traveling to see it, right, Mallory? You're not going to
Oh no,
see it.
no, Mallory's.
They're warning all these states.
Mallory
of-
is
I know.
dry packing food
No,
and
I get
ammo.
that. But they're warning these states mostly. Travel is so huge for this. The out of towners are coming in to see it. They expect over 1 million new people to be in Dallas, Fort Worth.
I'd be running away from it.
That's me too.
Oh,
But then you can't leave your house behind, or someone will move in.
let them have it. That place is gonna burn.
But then they've got FEMA trucks all lined up. I've seen on social media.
David
could
would be
be true.
renting his
I
garage
don't
out
know.
to people.
I believe half of what I see and nothing that I hear.
See, I've been wondering about this eclipse for 7 years, and it crosses. What's the name of the town? Nevea or something?
All the Nevea
It
cities.
crosses like 7 Nevea. I didn't know there were that many Neveas. That's apparently a popular city name. There's only one Tooele though. Dave's like, Was that Dave that said
Dave,
No.
I do want to have a show and talk about Bitcoin because I'm ready to invest.
Nineveh?
Nineveh, right? You
Yeah.
said Nevea, which is heaven backwards because we're smart like that.
Heaven. It is heaven.
No, what we
Heaven.
said,
That's heaven in. It's heaven
yeah, but we said Nevea, which is heaven backwards,
in.
and
And a city called Jonah. Yeah, something about being in the mouth of a fish. I don't know. I'm telling you.
anyway, about Bitcoin, I think that, you know, I talked to a financial advisor about it, and he's like, just like anything, if you're going to invest in it, you know, it's good to have in your portfolio, but not more than like 10% of your portfolio. So I'm just like, this is such a topic in my family because I remember when Bitcoin first came out and I was like, we need to buy that. And my husband goes, no, that's not ever going to do anything. And I swear now he can't even bring it up around me because I just, I remember it was $300. I was like, well, I'm going to buy a few of those. He's like, no, that's just throwing money away.
Oh.
I'm just like, oh my gosh.
Oh, she says, quit playing dumb. She wants me to tell you the story of Jonah and Nineveh. I don't know the story. You've told me, but I'm retarded.
I've seen it on I've seen it,
Jonah
them go
was
over
in
it
a
on-
fish. Oh, I wish I remembered the rest of the story. I apologize. And if Dwayne was on here, we'd have you calling. Jesus directly referred to the story of Jonah. I don't know his story that
Okay,
well
but
either.
do you think it says the end of days, second coming? Because this, do you remember the movie Eclipse that came out in the 80s? And there's like, it turned people, it was like turned people into these, oh my God, this is such an old movie that just brought me back. This lady and her boyfriend are like the only ones alive in her city. The city's completely empty. Right after an eclipse, it's this scary movie. Do you remember it?
How pissed would you be if you just made a movie that everyone's looking forward to? The eclipse happens first, world ends, no one sees your movie.
How crazy would it be if you just made a movie and then exactly that stuff happened?
Well, we don't need to talk
like
about.
You predicted it, or you had inside.
Have you seen Utopia on Amazon?
No, should I?
You should.
Is it an old one?
Well, they started making it
And
in
then they stopped,
2017. Right? And boy, it closely mirrored something that happened in 2019. So they stopped it. You should check that one out. That'll freak you out. Eclipses.
But they stopped it. Did they stop at mid-season or something?
No, they just didn't. The story.
They leave you on a hanger.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I hate that.
But they had to because that old 2020, you know, the thing that happened. Oh yeah.
It was stranger than fiction. Wow.
Anyways, Mallory says eclipses have always been greatly feared throughout history, but in this day and age where we believe we are gods.
Well, the government
they were bad omens, omens of
warning
destruction.
People about, and from what I gather, FEMA is saying you're going to have resource issues, you're going to have power outages, you're going to have this, you're going to have that. So just
imagine
be
the
prepared.
stores that empty down there too.
But this is the thing. You imagine on the side of the road, everyone's going to pull over. You're going to have traffic nightmares. And they're not having school in this area. A lot of the South is not going to have school in session. Remember, school wasn't in session in Hawaii, in Maui.
Oh.
And a laser came down, apparently. There's still kids missing.
I know. This is, I'm telling you, our government sacrifices to Moloch. That's it.
This could either be Y2K all over again.
Mm-hmm.
And mind you, we've only got a couple weeks of this severe hype. I know it's been talked about here and there, but the fact that you're seeing these budget trucks just lining these parking lots that are probably full of supplies and everything else. And the FEMA's putting out these worksheets or these flyers that say, hey, make sure you've got water, make sure schools are closed because we're going to have 4 minutes disruption of electricity. 4 minutes.
What if something happens if they're out of power that long in those specific areas that they can't restart the electric grid or something?
Or what if like nuclear or very very serious government type run facilities don't have power. They wouldn't be stupid enough to be on solar, right? I'm surprised Texas is so much on solar.
They wouldn't be stupid enough to be on solar.
But you know what? They are. Texas sold most of their energy to solar. And then she got shocked in February that year when they had a freeze, because it tends to happen. And they had a blackout. This is insane. This is a rabbit hole I don't even want to go down.
I told Mallory, she was talking to me one day about end of days, and I said, if I wake up one morning and all you my religious friends are gone, I'm cracking that Bible. That's step one.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start
I
reading.
hope I'm gone. That would suck if all my friends are gone and I'm
gonna
like,
start reading. Now, let me ask you this. Can you be a post-apocalyptic warlord in leather with a tire for a shoulder pad and godly at the same time?
I think when you get to that stage, you're in hell. You just better accept it.
Can I learn religion then? Because I've heard.
Learn it. You know it.
I've heard.
You'd have to believe it. And I
Yeah.
can't think of anything more believable than poof, your friends just disappear and there's nothing but clothes left.
I've heard during the tribulation you can come to God, right? Can you? Please tell me you can. I guess I'll find out. Shoot.
That's the thing. I would much rather believe in God and live my life with faith and die and nothing happens and we find out that it doesn't exist, because you never do find out, than to not believe it, taught it, not believe it, and to die and find out it's real.
Who's
That would be
was
worse.
that Nietzsche that said? No, it wasn't Nietzsche. Someone said that. They said
A mid-trib rapture.
the mid-trib rapture. That's like inside lingo. Who was someone, a philosopher said the cost of not believing is way too high or something like that. And,
I think it is. But again, that's
but
almost
I
like
think belief
peer
has to
pressure to
come from
believe.
inside,
yeah,
though.
you have to feel it yourself.
Yeah.
I mean, I drowned in a swimming pool.
Brain
I was
in a
dead for
jar.
3 minutes. I saw
Yeah.
heaven.
Yeah, you told me that. That's
And I believe it full with everything that I am, that it's real. And it's,
I don't know if I want to have a near-death experience so I become a believer.
well, the question is, would you become a believer, or would you try to just describe it or explain it away with science? Because I tried science too. I was like, how does my brain physically keep me? I mean, my vital signs are done. Like I'm dead, but I'm seeing something happening in a whole nother place. And I don't think your brain can do that unless we can do telepathy, or we can.
I am a almost domesticated caveman. You're speaking way above, way beyond the levels I can
I think
even hope to speculate on.
people have to feel it.
Oh,
And they say there's no atheist in a foxhole. I don't know. Have you been in a foxhole?
no, I've never been shot at in anger.
Okay. So then you're still holding true. And maybe if you were in that situation, or let's say, poof, I disappear all of a sudden.
I'm gonna
and
be
you're
like that-
Oh, okay.
I'm going to be like that guy on The Mummy that has the necklace with every religious symbol on. He's got like the little thing
See,
for
and I
the
think
Hindus and the
I wonder
Star of
what
David and a half moon.
God, right. Or my mom.
Holly.
I have your books of Left Behind. Maybe you should read them again. I have that whole series. We went through that pretty quick.
Mm.
I thought it was a good series.
I think I read the second and the third one. I never read the first though. No, I think I read the first.
Isn't the first like when the people
Yeah,
disappear?
when everyone
Oh,
just
they made the
disappears.
movie.
And all the planes crash and cars wreck and
Oh, that's another thing they're saying about the eclipse, is that air travel may be affected, which I get because it's going to be busy. But are they saying that instruments won't work? Are they saying don't get on an airplane?
Maybe it's because Jesus is coming back and It's done.
Or it's the devil, because that devil comet.
Yeah, he comes first, right? Doesn't he come first? I don't know. I don't know. Is there a rapture in Islam? Dude.
Yeah, they're saying phones won't work. And this is the thing, like you had
Dave,
that different AT&T phones went down a little while ago. Facebook has gone down twice over the couple of weeks, and Instagram and there's no explanation other than, well, we're updating. Like there's a lot of weird stuff. And the fact that we both know our power grid is highly, highly volatile.
let me ask you, if you were a government that was economically and maybe semi-military competing with us, would you pick a better time to play a game?
Well, especially if it's a Christian country, like mostly. Yeah.
Well, I would
big
say
like an eclipse
if you're not
would
a
be
Christian
great
country,
time to
you'd read into that.
mess with a country.
Our messages quit coming through, but Dave asks, is there any a rapture in Islam? I don't know. I've never read the Quran. I don't know.
Who said quit playing dumb?
That's Mallory. She just told me the story. Quit playing dumb, Jared. She did. She did tell me the story, but
I think religions are probably, I wonder what Jesus thinks when he comes back and he's like, okay, you were close. You messed it up. I don't know where you came
He
from.
comes back and
You
lands.
guys are wearing a picture of the item
It
that
probably-
murdered me around your neck.
It probably depends on where he lands.
Well, and will we believe it's him? I mean, the heavens
No,
will
no,
open.
we wouldn't believe he's him if not for a minute. Not for a minute.
I don't know. I
We
think he'll
wouldn't.
make a grand entrance.
He'd come back and he'd have this blessed message and all this love and everything else, and then some bugger. No, it'd be our government. The cops would tase him and then
Wait.
tackle him to the ground.
Am I wrong though? When Jesus does come back, we go into a war. Amalia, isn't that right? That's on the second coming
That's not
that we actually
scrolling.
good
I don't
versus
know what's
evil.
going on here.
I don't have it online either.
All
Oh my
right.
gosh. Someone's listening.
We can do this. There you go. If you just clip up, you can read what people are saying.
The first one was on the movie, my mom's saying, from Left Behind.
Yeah.
Why would they say that? No, hers is still the same, the pre-trib rapture believer, but doesn't mean I'm right. I'm just wondering, like, what the Bible says
So
of Jesus's return. I think we go into 1,000-year war.
She says, no, she's not. Why would they? This isn't the same one. She says, huh? Repeat the question. So, Mallory, does Jesus come back first and then is there a war? Or, and then how does it lay out for us the process
like
of
the devil
the tribulation?
versus evil versus good. I think there's a war on earth.
David says Satoshi was the return and you missed it again. Who's Satoshi?
I don't know.
Someone said bye, Jared. Oh, she's saying bye because she's getting raptured. Off the computer. Satoshi's the guy who invented Bitcoin.
Oh my gosh. Well,
My
We did-
family was talking. This is Mallory.
I
My
saw
family was talking at me, and I'm doing my best to ignore them.
I just hope
She
that
says, no, Jesus does not come first.
I just hope that we actually recognize him. We don't put him in like some
Dave's,
insane asylum or
I like that, Dave. Satoshi was the return.
I don't know who that is. So
He's the guy who invented
well, now I know
Bitcoin.
who that is. I'm glad you are laughing because
No, that's
Dave
just
is hilarious.
that's
I
just
bet.
fun. He's like, I'm sliding some Bitcoin in on you.
Yeah, so there are 3.5 year periods. The
Uh-huh.
actual tribulation is the latter half of 7 years.
Hmm.
See, and I thought it was like
Then
1,000
Jesus
years.
comes back and kicks some rear end. So we
But
got
he
to
comes
go.
back with angels.
So he comes
right?
back 7 years later. What if the
Yeah, Mom, I gotta
tribulation?
go back to my books.
What if the tribulation's already started? We're like in the middle of it.
I thought the second coming would be like, I mean, we would know. I mean, like the heavens open up. or there's this huge eclipse and the devil flies by on Halley's Comet, and then all of a sudden everybody needs food and water.
Okay, a lot of things have to happen before the tribulation. Nothing has to precede the harpazo.
Ich sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Yeah, what's a harpazo? That sounds like a Italian food.
I'm starving.
You want some harpazo? Mwah.
We're probably being blasted.
we need
probably
to-
something serious.
Mallory's saying, do we need to have a Bible study, kids? We probably do. I should probably learn some Bible.
I'm just gonna watch the movies. Again,
I'm going to start out with Ben-Hur and
we just saw my kids and I just watched 10 Commandments. with
and
their family.
Joseph of the multicolored coat.
That's a Technicolor Dreamcoat. Or
Who is it?
something.
What?
Joseph. and
Yeah.
the
Okay. So I
Technicolor
got
Dreamcoat.
one part of that right.
But this is the thing: is I wonder if religion,
Harpazo is the rapture.
when Jesus comes back, if he's going to look at these religions and go, geez, you guys are really fallible. Like men are, they make mistakes. You're all following this when
Nice castle, my Pope.
exactly. You got any more gold in there?
I don't want to go to the basement.
Did you build a wall around the Vatican?
I'll be watching from the mezzanine, you fighting for the global government machine.
I actually don't want to assume that I'm going to be accepted, you know, but I also think heaven is for everyone. And I think forgiveness is for everyone. So I don't believe that a person cannot be forgiven.
Yeah, I hope St. Peter's, maybe he's got bad eyes that day, because I don't want to walk up to the gates and him go, real back, gritting his teeth. Now,
you see, my experience, my personal experience, and what I experienced when I had an accident, I got to see heaven, and I didn't see St. Peter. And the truth is, I think that God sees your soul. He knows who you are. He knew you in the womb.
I kind of want that even less.
But he sees your soul, and he also sees your mind, and he knows what you've been through, and every single piece that actually makes up who you are.
God's up there gripping his temples, shaking his head at me right now.
I don't know. I think that God looks at you the way you look at your child. Okay. And now you tell me anything your child could do that would make you send them to the pits of hell.
You better get on making me a grandkid.
I see it's unconditional love from God.
You only have to believe
children.
in Christ, Holly. But I believe, based on the story of Exodus, the age of accountability to be 19. I don't see any other information to make me think otherwise.
Well, I mean, you have to believe in more than Christ. You have to believe that Exodus is the word of God. And so there's people that maybe think that...
Not just a semi-cool band from the 80s?
Yeah. Some people believe maybe they got lost in translation, or the Bible has been skewed, or some people don't believe in the Bible at all. But I think that they're all children of God. And some people will never get to read the Bible because they live in a distant land. And I think that God loves them exactly the same. But that's just me. I just believe that Jesus was a promise. Jesus was a promise that all of us can be together in heaven and that we can be forgiven. And so I think that, this just got really, but I'm not somebody that believes I have to go to a church and spend 10% on a church. I believe that I should be helping my common man, and I should be volunteering, and I should be a good mom and a good wife and
good friend.
Be a kind person. But I'm fallible. I'm perfectly imperfect, just like you made me. And all of us. And we're all children. So some of us are cousins.
I am a minister.
Oh my gosh, you took the test?
Yeah.
Well, it cost you $30?
No, I bought the bigger package. I think it was $80.
Ew.
Mine came with a couple of marriage certificates.
Who have you married?
Yes, my friend's kid.
That's awesome.
They're still married.
Sean Milne's a
Second
minister
kid
too.
on the way too. Yeah. I know.
Oh, so you got a good winning streak. For
I
you.
have 100% winning streak, and we're like 4 or 5 years out now. So keep going strong.
Do you have to renew it?
Nope.
Oh man, see, even I have to renew my Sips and Tips licensing to bartend, but you get to be a minister for
Well,
life
you know.
for $80.
I know. And it came with, I mean, I've got a card and I've got a lapel hanger thing. It's out there on the thing. And
It's non-denominational, right?
yeah, Church of Unitarian Church.
So
of
it's any
hippies.
church, and then you can actually charge money to do weddings because
Yeah, I
you're
probably
legally
could. I should
certified.
probably look into that for a profession.
Heck yeah, you'd be the funnest.
Man.
That's not a word, is it?
I think
Funniest.
I think I had a
Fun.
good speech. I wrote a good speech that I gave out before, and then they did their own vows.
Yes, Bill Gates is repentant. They can repent. I'm not saying they are, but I think anyone can repent. Anyone can be forgiven. I'm willing to say serial killers can be forgiven.
Patricia
Because-
needs to-
God knows their heart and their mental health, and God knows every single situation in their life that brought them to commit evil. And just like your child, they're going to have to pay for something, but I don't think it's bleh. Sorry, you're not worth it. I think all of us are worth it. But this is just me and my personal faith. And there's the beauty of faith is I can't teach anybody what I felt inside and what I experienced. I just feel really good knowing that there's heaven, and I will get to see my Father again, and I will get to live with him in heaven. And I don't know how people get through death and grief that don't believe in heaven. That to me is heartbreaking, because if I never thought I would see my parents again or my children again, if something happened, I really don't think I'd get through it, because grief broke me. I mean, broke me. And that kept that thread of knowing I'll see him again kept me going. So I think when you get into these thoughts and everything, I think religion gets so mucky that God made us in his image. We were his children, whatever. Well, I have made children in my husband's image because he's Italian and the blue eye gene didn't go. I got brown eyed kids, but I love them with every fiber of my being. And I would never look at either and decide this one did something bad, so they don't get to be with me, and this one is going to burn or whatever. I could never make that decision. And I think God knows that. And I think that's how he sees us. And he sent Jesus to experience the evil of man, and as a promise that we can be forgiven. He's not going to wipe out the earth anymore with floods. He's going to give us some leniency, and we get to be in heaven again and repent. And I believe that. But I think there's a lot of people out there that have no idea about certain religions, tribes, and kids that grow up in a family where it's not, and they're not punished for it. I really don't believe they are punished for it. They just learn in heaven. A lot of people go, well, it's an easy way to look at that, but I don't take sin any different than anyone else. I believe in repentance, and you must, and
Yeah.
especially if you know.
I think you've got
10
to
times
try to
more
live a good
responsible.
life. But I don't, that has nothing to do with religion.
No,
Dave says, when is the eclipse? It's on the 7th, right?
I think it's the 8th.
The 8th.
Yeah, it's like the day before my mom is.
So we may not be able to do
Happy
a
birthday,
host
Mom.
a watch party, but we're going to try to host a watch party. So catch us here that time. I'll advertise it, figure it out, everything I can do. Dave says Patricia needs to schedule her Costco trip. Katie will be driving through Salt Lake heading somewhere, and she'll see a Costco. Can we go to Costco?
Oh, but they're different everywhere. They got
Oh,
different stuff.
right.
The one in Salt Lake has all this furniture, but it's got the worst parking on the planet. I love the West
Which
Valley
one in Salt Lake? Yeah, West Valley's the one that I've been to. I've tried
Their
to.
flower department in West Valley is so great. But wear rubber shoes.
Molly May says they can, but they choose not to. They are evil. I don't know.
Well, and she's
Jesus will
saying that-
return as the judge, the lion. He ain't coming back as the lamb this time. It's pretty simple. Belief in Christ.
But I know that you said something about children. It's easy for them to believe.
God is not a hard
But-
concept for children.
Not if children aren't taught. And so there's a lot of kids that will never be taught until they actually seek it out and I had to teach my son, because we taught him about God since the time he could walk or talk. But I had to teach him who the devil was when he was 6, because I never thought to explain. There's this thing, guy, entity, horrendous angel that is the devil. He didn't know. He's always known God was with him. He's always known the story of Easter and everything else. But I had to literally teach him, and it just stunned me because I grew up going to a church that always told me about the devil.
Mm.
Have
That's a
to
good
sit
point.
down and tell your kid, well, it was just very strange.
Mm. I don't know. Look, I was just your normal Mormon boy till I was about 19. And then after that, something shocking happened to me. And it made me...
Like a trauma or like
No.
a revelation?
No, it was a chaplain. A chaplain in Korea said, "You're Mormon," because dog tags say LDS and he has paperwork that says whatever. And mostly I had LDS on there so that if there was a special way to prepare an LDS cadaver for being sent home from somewhere else, they'd do it right.
Yeah.
I didn't think my dad would really care, but so am I. My grandma probably would. But anyways, so I had that on there. I wasn't super practicing, but I still like a believer. And he said, "You're a member of a cult." And I said, "Cult?" I'm like, I'm 19. I couldn't have found my butt if my hands were in my back pockets. And I said, "A cult?" I says, "Oh, what does that mean?" Anyway, so I go to the library, I research cult. Cult pretty much says religion. That's essentially all it says. And I was like, oh, we're all members of cults. So I went back to him. But in looking into that, it got me to where I read about all the religions and everything else and stumbled across, this is what the Buddhists believe and a little bit of the Muslims. So I know a little bit about all of them.
Fascinating, though.
But, the one that really struck me, there's two of them that really struck me, is Zoroastrianism, really interesting, the Keepers of the Fire. And like you're reading that, and it's thought to be the first monotheistic religion. It's what Cyrus the Great was, the guy who freed the Jews. And then that one and Mithraicism.
These believe in gods that are like essentially resources of the world, like water, fire.
No, the Zoroastrianism is a monotheistic, exactly like
It's a god.
a god.
Gotcha.
Yeah. And then
He was the pharaoh.
Yeah.
That believed that.
Well, he
right?
wasn't a pharaoh. He was Cyrus the Great, the emperor of Babylon, the guy who overthrew the Babylonians and freed the Jews. And then you've got he's the first guy to outlaw slavery too, that we know of. Cyrus the Cylinder. And then Mithras was the religion of the military during the fall of Rome. So you had three religions in Roman times. You had Christianity, which is the religion of some people. You had Mithraicism, which was a lot like Christianity, kind of had some, but it was still a monotheistic religion. And then you had paganism, which was kind of the religion of the equestrian class and the Senate and that.
Like the elites.
Yeah. And the
What about
equestrian.
the Jews? Were there no Jews in Roman times?
Yeah, there were Jews, but Jews weren't Roman citizens.
Oh, gotcha.
There were citizen Jews, I'm sure, but I don't know.
Well, what I'm saying is like this one conversation with a man of God
Uh-huh.
caused you to research and look inward, and your faith became in yourself.
And I love the dude. He's a cool dude, but he was born again Christian, very evangelical. But he's a good dude. I really like, as a chaplain, he was a pretty good
I think
chaplain.
all religions are sacred to God. Whatever gets you closer to him in your heart and soul is what's important. But I think it all boils down to living a good life and being a good person. And you've got that.
I hope so.
I won't go without you, Jared. I'll grab you and we'll go. I wouldn't go
You'll
without
be
my.
smuggling me in and got a great big duffel
What
bag
kind
you're
of
dragging.
heaven, though, would you want to be in if you can't be in that heaven with the people you love?
I hope so.
And I don't think there's accidents. I think that we actually choose our lives before we get here, and I think we choose the souls that surround us. And I probably believe we could come back if we wanted. But again, I
think I would
it's-
want to try it again. I enjoyed it.
You're an old soul, I bet. I bet you have been
Oh
back
no! First go
a
around,
lot.
I was a cockroach in my last life. We know it.
Have you ever been to like a medium or anyone?
I'll tell you a story when we're done
Okay,
here.
because we gotta have a medium on here.
I've had mediums on my other show.
I've had tremendous experience
had-
with mediums, and then some that
I've had
that were
past
not
life
so good.
regression, whatever. But anyways, all right, everyone. That's far 4 hours.
Oh my gosh, O'Malley, you just filled the whole comments with literature that you're
Oh,
I
she's-
told you sewing. My goodness.
She's got a plethora of knowledge on the Bible, and we do need to hold a Bible study.
Hey
'cause
O'Malley, I'm whoever I want to be, girl. That's who I am.
we're
Not
gonna
a Buddhist. I'm a Christian. And I don't be afraid of things you don't understand. Had great experiences.
But all right, everyone, thanks for joining us.
this was fun.
That was a great chat tonight.
Hey,
I really
Dave.
like him.
Thanks for
Yeah,
getting
thanks
us
for
in
lining
touch
us up.
with Spike. That was great. And my biggest apologies go out tonight to Camille because we got disconnected somehow, and I totally apologize. We're going to have Camille on. Camille Knudson, she is running for school board in our district, and we want to have her on when she has the actual time to spend with us. And we've got so many candidates in the pipeline.
So she's going to come on next week. Well, I got to cut you loose because we've got to sit down and look at that schedule hanging on
Well,
the
and
wall.
I talked to Frank Mylar today, running for AG, and he wanted to be on today. And now I'm like,
Well, we'll get him on soon.
so
It's kind of
Hey.
good he didn't. I'm glad we got lots of time. We went into the Spike planning on just talking about the gun control debate,
Oh,
but
but
I
I
think
thought it was awesome.
his mission that he has that he's doing,
Are you going to sign up to be a member?
I think I am.
I
I
think
think
I am
that
too.
is so much bigger because that's where libertarian touches the road. And I am a non-member libertarian, I guess you'd call it. And I think that's so important to actually live that way. And that's what he's doing is he's living that way.
He's right, though. Libertarians, it's hard to organize them, right?
Well, you can't. They're individual.
Yeah. if they're true
Libertarians are the
libertarians.
ultimate expression of male.
Except for the ones that bring the frisbee and they're like, legalize pot. You're like,
Okay.
you guys go over there.
They're just
Let's have no laws.
they're just
And-
joining that party because Joe Biden put all their friends in prison.
Oh, I'm
in
talking
the
the
90s.
George Carlin days
Yeah.
when his stuff was so good. When
But-
it's like, there's always someone. Okay. I can't wait for next week. We have, who's on next week?
May Satoshi give us blessings, Dave.
Satoshi. Hey, make him drop, like make the price go down a lot so that we can buy in.
It's too late. He said you already missed it. The rapture happened. They bought Bitcoin.
Well, then, hey, should we be mining Bitcoin? Should I invest in maybe mining, Dave?
There was a
'Cause
guy.
Chris does it.
We
Chris
had a
Fields
guy
does it.
on that had a whole mining system built.
Do you know Chris Fields?
Yeah, I know
Yeah, he
Chris.
does it.
Yeah, we know Chris does
He
it.
builds the systems.
But
Dave,
this guy
should
was
we be
just
mining?
this guy was just like an electrician apprentice.
Are there any left?
Yeah, there's a few left.
Isn't there
Though-
a certain amount and then they're gone?
Dave, this last jump they had, was that because it halved or has that latest halving
It's
happened?
holy experience. I'll
Anyways,
say.
well, we're gonna have Dave on to talk about Bitcoin.
Yeah,
We're way
Dave,
over.
you need to be on our show next time.
You guys,
That we're-
everyone have
no
a
one's in
wonderful
studio,
night,
You join us.
a wonderful weekend, have fun. And yeah, we'll be back next week. We've got a whole schedule laid out. We're gonna have to adjust
We're
some
probably
stuff.
going to have to add some days
Yeah, I
to
think
the
we'll have
show.
to. But
to cover everyone.
all right, and Dwayne got on and said two of the guys are dropping out, so we might do a Wednesday show as well. We'll look at it. You guys have a wonderful
Say your
weekend.
prayers, everybody.
Bye.
Pray for us. Love you. Bye.